Let us enjoy a deep breath. In preparation for A Course in Miracles, Lesson 41. We prepare with deep breath and meditation, knowing that meditation changes everything. A deep breath. Still the mind. Deep breath. Still the mind. Deep breath. Still the mind. Deeper breath. Mind like water. Breathing deeply at your own cadence, we clear the energetic field and the energy bodies with light. Time for a light bath. You can have one at any time. See a great golden ball of light above your head. This great ball of golden light, far bigger than your body, far bigger than your head, is a purifying, cleansing, aligning, correcting, divine light of love. Ascertain it clearly. Now, draw it down to encompass your head. Light, penetrating, infusing, surrounding the head. See it, experience it, no rushing. Take your time and experience this golden ball encompassing the entire head. Breathe and feel the difference in the head. Head encompassed in the golden light of love. Draw the golden ball down to encompass your torso, feeling the entire torso, experiencing, seeing the entire torso engulfed in a golden ball of light. Head to groin, engulfed in this great golden ball of light. Experience it. Feel the energetic bodies responding to the light at your command, to do with as you will. Draw the golden ball down to encompass your entire body and being. The being as it is represented on the third dimensional plane. Beyond head and beyond feet, completely encased in a golden ball of light. A great golden ball emanating, dynamic, moving, cleansing, clearing, aligning, uplifting, correcting, enlightening, strengthening, vivifying, energizing, cleansing and clearing all that does not belong to you, all that is not love, disintegrated in this great golden ball of love and light. Being fully aware in the now of true self, not the stunt double, not the personality, not the lower mind, the true self. Fully engulfed in the golden ball of light, our chant is Brazil, a sacred sound for increased prosperity, abundance, wealth, in consciousness. The being who brought us Brazil, supernatural being, meditated for over 1,000 years to receive the sacred sound Brazil. It is a door opener. It causes wealth, abundance, prosperity to flood the third dimensional plane through your consciousness. Therefore, your door opening benefits all humanity and beyond. Deep breath in, release with an ah. At your own pace, intone the sacred sound Brazil as you hold clearly in mind financial desires, financial goals, and financial outcomes, knowing in your being that if you can see them and choose them, they already exist. Hold them as a right now already done. That is Amen. And we began. Brazil, 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 Brazil. As you chant, see the Brazil go out through the universe, emanating from your heart, from fullness, wholeness, holiness, not needing anything, not wanting anything. It is a have vibration. You already have it in another dimension. You are simply masterfully, intentionally landing it in the third dimension, effortlessly, easily. Brizzy, 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 brizzy. If you have a yoni, Kegel or tighten the yoni in alignment with the chant to amp up the power. Brizzy, 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 brizzy. Speed it up. Brizzy, 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 brizzy. Breathe. Again, brizzy, 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 Brizzy. You should be activating the fire of the yoni. If you do not have a yoni, then you are activating the fire situated in the same place for all people. Kundalini energy rising. Again. Brizzy, 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 softer. Brizzy, 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 slow and deep. Brizzy, 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 Brizzy. Breathe. Release with an ah. Relax your tongue. Let it fall to the bottom of your mouth. Deep breath in. Release with an ah. See if you'll know that your spirit man, your spirit woman, your spirit person is awakened and activated. Brizzy, the sacred sound, the door opener for wealth, abundance, prosperity in all its forms, opening the door from altered dimensions of reality to the third dimension, allowing that which is held in mind to appear before the five senses. Ever aware that what is held in mind is actually more real than what appears before the five senses. You can hold a house in your imagination for decades without ever needing any maintenance. That will not happen in the third dimension, where we have the laws of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics, things fall apart. Entropy. Entropy. There is no entropy in fourth, fifth dimensions and beyond. Those laws do not apply to the mind. There are no limitations on your mind. Take your mind anywhere and park it where you desire your third dimension to catch up to. Hold it in mind. Your mind must get there before your body and your life. Your mind must already be there, waiting, magnetizing your body and your life to it. Put your mind there now. You can put your mind anywhere, beloved. And as masters of manifestation, as masters of self, we now open our eyes to engage A Course in Miracles, Lesson 41. We look down first and slowly opening the eyes. Slowly. Loving yourself. Gentle with yourself. Kind to yourself. Treasuring yourself. Valuing yourself. Knowing you are priceless. A Course in Miracles. Lesson 41. Welcome. If you're new here, welcome. If you have been here before, welcome, welcome, welcome. You are most loved. You are most appreciated. The whole universe is delighting at your very soul and being and presence. You are loved with an unfathomable love. You are lifted, you are tended to, you are cared for. There's never been a moment that God itself has not been whispering sweet somethings in your ear. Inner ear, that is. God goes with me wherever I go. Today's idea will eventually overcome completely the sense of loneliness and abandonment all the separated ones experience. As long as we experience separation from Source, we will feel lonely and abandoned. Depression is an inevitable consequence of separation. If we separate ourselves from our source in the mind, that's the only place the separation takes place. We could not be separated from the source. No more than you can separate the DNA of your children from your children. They were born with your DNA in their own way. You cannot separate who they are from who they are. So in the mind, you can tell yourself anything. You can make up anything in your mind. Doesn't make it true. Depression is an inevitable consequence of separation. I was depressed for so long. I was in a dark night of the soul, almost took myself out because I was abandoned and lonely and nobody knew what I was going through and what is the point of life. So are anxiety, worry, a deep sense of helplessness. We would call that victim, misery, suffering, an intense fear of loss. An intense fear of loss. You accumulate all of these things, wealth, abundance, whatever you accumulate, and fear that it's going to be gone. Suffering. In other words, hell. The separated ones have invented many air quotes cures for what they believe to be the ills of the world. Have we not seen that for 2 years? Just do this and we'll be rid of this thing. Just do this and we'll be rid of this thing. Just do this and we'll be rid of this thing. Just do this. Come on, take one for the team. We've invented many air quotes cures. The thing is not gone yet. But the one thing that they do not do is question the reality of the problem. We never even question if the problem is real. Oh, but we've invented cures for it. We got to do this. We got to get rid of this thing. We got to kill this thing. We got to stop it at all costs. No matter if we destroy civilization in the process of destroying this. Well, we didn't question the problem. We didn't question the reality of the problem. Yet its effects cannot be cured because the problem is not real. The problem is not real. This does not mean that people don't pass on. This does not mean that people don't get sick. This does not mean that something wasn't going on. Something was going on. The problem that we make up is not real. We do know viruses do not kill people. This is a fact. You have hundreds of viruses in you and on you right now, using you as a host. You have a symbiotic, friendly relationship with viruses. Always have, always will be. They've been here for billions of years. It's very clear they do not kill people. I wonder what does kill people. The idea for today has the power to end all this foolishness forever. That's why we're here every single morning. To end all this foolishness forever. Believe what you like in the foolishness. And foolishness it is, despite all the serious and tragic forms it may take. If this paragraph wasn't written for 2020 and 2021, I don't know what it was written for. And it was written decades before it happened. And it has always been in the mind of God that we be helped out of our paranoia and fear and divisive tendencies all the separated ones carry. Why stay a separated one? I have to read this paragraph again because we really don't believe it. We think the things before us are real. It says the separated ones have invented many cures for what they believe to be the ills of the world. But the one thing they do not do is to question the reality of the problem. Yet its effects cannot be cured because the problem is not real. You can't cure the effects of something that's not real. It's smoke and mirrors. The idea for today has the power to end all this foolishness forever. I'm doing these exercises today with renewed vigor because one of my intentions in doing this, I don't know what your intentions are. We all get to hold our own intentions. One of my intentions is to remind myself of love. Therefore, the whole universe, one song is reminded of love. If I remind myself, I'm not here to save the world. I'm here to remind myself of the truth every day, clearly, and incontrovertibly. It cannot be denied. Yet its effects cannot be cured because the problem is not real. The idea for today has the power to end all this foolishness forever. That's exactly what I desire. And foolishness it is. Despite the serious and tragic forms it may take. Oh my goodness, this is so serious. This is tragic. People are dying. Oh my goodness. Can you understand that this quote unquote problem is not real, despite the serious and tragic forms it may take? No one is talking about breathe better, eat better, release excess pounds, which is really energy. You can free up that energy. When I was seeking to release excess pounds, I had a conversation. I released over 70 pounds. I had a conversation with the fat cells. And I said, fat cells. And they said, yes. I said, thank you, first of all, for being so loyal to me because you've been with me for years. Thank you. First of all, I had to thank the fat cells because, I mean, they were more loyal to me than some lovers. Thank you, fat cells. And they said, hey, no problem. We like it here. We're hanging out. We're having a good time. I said, that's great. Fat cells, I have a question for you. They said, yes. I said, how would you like to be transmuted into a different form of energy? And you would be free from being trapped in my thighs, fat cells. You would be free from being trapped in my abdomen because I made a point to the fat cells. And they said, that's a great idea. See, I said, right now, you're stuck on my thigh. You can only go where I go. In the current form of energy that you are, and all it is energy. And energy can never be destroyed. It can simply be transmuted. Transformed. It can take another form. It can't be destroyed. This is energy. This is excess energy. And I'm thankful that I have excess energy. And when I no longer desire to have that much excess energy, I ask the fat cells, would you be willing to be lifted up in your energetic experience? Because right now you're a dense form of energy. And they said, this proposal sounds interesting, say more. I said, well, listen, this is how it'll work. When I go walking, when I go running, you will be burned as fuel and you will be released to this whole universe of life, and you'll no longer be stuck to my thigh and to my abdomen. They were like, hey, sounds like a deal. Like, I hope you're not just going out exercising, trying to get rid of fat. What happened? It comes back. What you resist persists. We don't even question the reality of the problem. But we just run to make up some cures, rush to make up some cures for the ills of the world. It said the ills of the world. This paragraph was written for 2020 and 2021. This is not going to stay in 2022. The thing is already disintegrating. Move on with your life. Live. Deep within you is everything that is perfect. Deep within you is everything that is perfect, ready to radiate through you and out into the world. That's why we do meditation every morning, beloved. Deep within you is everything that is perfect, seeking and out. It's ready to radiate through you. It's ready. It's waiting to radiate through you if you would let it. It will cure all sorrow and pain and fear and loss, because it will heal the mind that thought these things were real and suffered out of its allegiance to them. My God. My God. I'm having an experience. I'm having a moment. Because if everyone read this every day for 2020 and 2021, we would not be where humanity, some of the suffering that humanity is experiencing. Mass suicides, mass job losses, mass pill popping, mass jabs, also known as the snake bite, mass. Now, it doesn't matter if you have the jab or not. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It doesn't matter if you're this side or that side, Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. If you're liberal or it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Or conservative, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. What matters is what is in your mind. Have you made contact with that which is within you, that is perfect, ready to radiate through you out into the world, and this thing that is in you will cure all sorrow, all pain, all fear, all loss, because it will heal the mind that thought these things were real, and we suffered out of our allegiance to things that were killing us. Oh, we were very allegiant and loyal to the things we made up in our minds, and there's something deep within you that can correct the whole mind. Well, the only question is, will you activate it? Will you use it? Nothing can kill you. Christ said it. You cannot kill me, but I can give up my life, but you can't kill me. It's not possible for something to kill you. You're a divine being. Stop the foolishness. Stop the fear. You can never be deprived of your perfect holiness, because its source goes with you wherever you go. You can't ever be without your holiness. You can never suffer, because the source of all joy goes with you wherever you go. You can never suffer when the source of all joy is inside of you. You can never be alone, because the source of all life goes with you wherever you go. You can't be alone. It's impossible. Nothing can destroy your peace of mind, because God goes with you wherever you go. So people arguing cannot destroy your peace of mind. People saying you have to do this, you have to do that, cannot destroy your peace of mind. A boo saying something to you don't like cannot destroy your peace of mind. Nothing can destroy your peace of mind, because God goes with you wherever you go, and God is peace and stillness and joy and beauty and bliss and abundance. So all these things are with you at all times. The source of them is literally inside you at all times. God goes with me wherever I go. Let's say it to ourselves 7 times. God goes with me wherever I go. 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 A secret to being sure to anchor truth. Truth is already in the being. You're pressing past the conditioned mind that was locked in the matrix for a long time before we took the red pill and woke up. Not woke, awakened. Because when you awaken, you love all people, regardless of what they do. Your love is not conditional on if people are doing what you want them to do. Love is not conditional. Love knows everyone gets to do what they choose to do, and you get to choose what you're going to do. And you get to choose who you're going to do it with. All of that is in your purview. And so, if we know and understand God goes with us wherever we go, then here is how we remember this truth. When you speak the mantra, God goes with me wherever I go, put a different emphasis on each word each time you say the mantra. Starting with the first word, emphasize the first word, then emphasize the second word, then emphasize the third word. Here's how it sounds: God goes with me wherever I go. 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 It gives us depth. Masters look at things from many perspectives and many dimensions, never holding one too tightly. Strong beliefs loosely held. Never get stuck. We understand that you do not believe all this. You don't believe that these things are not real. We don't believe it. It's okay. You don't have to believe it. How could you? When the truth is hidden deep within, under a heavy cloud of insane thoughts, dense and obscuring, yet representing all you see. How could you believe the truth when the truth is hidden deep within, not actually hiding at all, standing deep within, yet we have covered the truth with all our insane thoughts of something can jump on you from outside. But if you put a piece of paper, a piece of cloth across your face, it can't get you. And if you take something inside your body, it can't get you. And no one addressed the mind. Now we are addressing the mind. Well, let's pause for a minute and let's really look at this thing. What do we believe about this thing, and what is fact? And facts have been obscure. Why? Because they're under a heavy cloud of insane thoughts, dense and obscuring. Today, we'll make our first real attempt to get past this dark and heavy cloud and to go through it to the light beyond. Go through the dark and heavy cloud of loss, death, disease, something gonna get me, illness, pressure. I gotta leave this. I gotta go here. And you're gonna get rid of all of that. There will be only one long practice period today. Wow. In the morning. As soon as you get up, if possible, sit quietly for some 3 to 5 minutes with your eyes closed. We're doing the exercise today together as we do every morning. At the beginning of the practice period, repeat today's idea very slowly. God, go with me wherever I go. Notice that when you do things slowly, there is something in your mind that wants to speed it up. This is a problem for you because most things that are delicious and wonderful are not fast. They are slow and take their time, from sex to baking a cake. No, you can get a cake faster than 45 minutes. Would you want to eat it? And you can get a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. It's pretty hollow. If you have tantric sex where you can hold an orgasm for 4 to 5 hours, I'm attempting it. I haven't succeeded with the 4 to 5 hours yet, though I'm extending the orgasms longer and longer. Would you really want to be an orgasm be over in a few seconds, or would you like to have an hour-long orgasm? Stop rushing. Masters, don't rush. Haste makes waste. Don't listen to that voice in your head that's like, oh, this is taking a long time. Come on. And I have that because I'm from New York. I simply silence that voice. Whenever I'm going slow, it wants me to speed up. Whenever I'm speaking a mantra slow, it wants me to say it faster. Ignore that voice. Try instead. Oh, at the beginning of the practice period, repeat today's idea very slowly. Then make no effort to think of anything. Try instead to get a sense of turning inward, past all the idle thoughts of the world. Try to enter very deeply into your own mind, keeping it clear of any thoughts that might divert your attention. This is the first time the course is asking us to give a full practice session to nothingness, to nothing, the great void, to entering the void, the quantum field. I love the quantum field. From time to time, you may repeat the idea if you found it helpful. If you find it helpful to repeat the idea, God goes with me wherever I go. But most of all, try to sink down and inward, away from the world and all the foolish thoughts of the world. You are trying to reach past all these things, past everything you see in the media, past everything you believe, past everything. You are trying to leave appearances and approach reality. All of the saints, the yogis, the gurus, Sufis, all of the mystics have told us the same thing. Past your thoughts, which are hell, past all of that. When you still the mind, you will touch infinite reality, and you will indeed see that you are infinite reality. They've all said the same thing in different ways. All the mystics, all the yogis, all the gurus, all the saints. And they had many ways of taking themselves past the barrage of thoughts, the parade going on in the mind, smoke and mist and dark clouds and fear and loss and all that, which is not reality. And things can jump on you from outside, you know, that sense of hopelessness. Things can jump on you from the outside and get you and get your kids. So you got to get your kids all tied up and put a plastic bag, you know, wrap your kids in cellophane and that'll protect them. Wrap them up good, because this thing is coming to get your kids. And spray them with all kinds of things, and every 5 minutes take all the bacteria off of them, even though some of the bacteria is very helpful. Just take all the bacteria off of them, because we have a war with bacteria too, not just viruses, because that's humans. Humans are the separated ones, and we're the only separated ones, because lions are not separated, ants are not separated, bacteria are not separated, viruses, the mycelium network of mushrooms are not separated. Everything is part of the wholeness of life, and they know it, and they're doing their perfect job, and we are the only ones that are separated. We are the problem, not viruses. Our minds are the problem. Now, the saints and the yogis and the gurus had many ways of leaving appearances and approaching. It's really returning to reality, because when you return to reality, you see that it is truly your own essence and your own true self. And then all these other things out here, this is made up. This is not real, even though it's very convincing. And as you start to change your mind, you start to see that loss slips away. And what slips away cannot be real. And as the course begins, here's the premise of the course. Nothing unreal exists and nothing real can be threatened. Herein lies the peace of God. Nothing unreal exists. Nothing real can be threatened. Herein lies the peace of God, when you know what's real and what's not real. It's not real if you can change it with your mind. You can change your body with your mind. You can change your emotions with your mind. You can change the chemical construction and the production that is going on inside of your body right now. Your body is the best pharmacy on the planet, in harmony with nature and plants. Your body is a pharmacy capable of producing hundreds of chemicals on demand, exactly for you. We have not yet learned how to harness the pharmacy within. So you're destined to keep running to a pharmacy over there and get some more pills and pay a lot for them and be poisoned by them. They're all poisons, controlled poisons, and some of them highly addictive. And you keep taking them, and then after that, you need more because the first one's messed up something. So you need more to fix the next. Do you see where this goes? The mystics and the sages and the gurus and the yogis, of which I aspired to be, did not do it that way. They did it differently. Some of them laid on a bed of nails. Some of them went inside of a cave that was very cold and meditated. Some of them went in nature and just stayed there and stared at a tree all day. Now, the Buddha tried many things. He tried asceticism. He was like, maybe I just need to fast because he had to be enlightened. He had to see reality, touch reality. And asceticism didn't work. Beating yourself and all that didn't work for him. Maybe it works for some. And finally, after all his seeking, all his wanting to be free, he was a super rich prince, super rich, right? Siddhartha. He was super rich, lived in a huge, 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 beautiful palace, never saw an old person, never saw a sick person. First time he went out and saw, because they never let those kind of people into the palace. If you got older, they just didn't let the prince see you. All he saw was perfection and beauty and gold and glistening, and that's all they let him see. When he went out and he saw the world, he was like, he saw an old person. He said, what's wrong with this person? They're old. What's old? Like if you keep on going, you get old. What? Oh, what's wrong with this person? He saw a crippled person. What's that? Crippled. What's crippled? They can't use their leg. Why can't they use their leg? Like this was absurdity to him. He had never seen it before. And he said, well, that's going to happen to me. Yeah, you keep living, you get old. Then what happens? You die. Okay, no. There's got to be, right then he knew there's got to be more to this than this. And in his awakening, he went searching for the truth, thank God. And he searched and he searched and searched. He tried all these different things and they didn't work. And then one day he sat under the Bodhi tree. We know the story. And he said, I won't move until I become enlightened. And I'm willing to die right here. And we know what happened. He became enlightened. And after he became enlightened by the tree, he wasn't watching a video. And they had videos back then of a sort. He wasn't watching a video. He was sitting in nature by the Bodhi tree. And he said that when he became enlightened, there was only one question. Would he ascend, just lift up off the planet? Because he knew he could easily lift up off the planet. He could see all reality. Or would he stay? He said he thought of all his family. And he decided to, or would he stay and teach? So he decided to stay and teach, and for 40 years he taught. It's very possible for you to leave appearances and approach reality. It's very possible for you to live from reality and know that none of these things that we're looking at are real. It is very possible to do that. That's what we're going to do today. It is quite possible to reach God. In fact, it is very easy because it is the most natural thing in the world. It's the most natural thing in the world to be in absolute reality. It's your true nature and essence. All the rest of the shit we made up. You might even say it is the only natural thing in the world to be your true self. The way will open if you believe that it is possible. We have become so engrossed in our own inner movies, and we realize that's a movie that you made up in your own head, right? And you can tell that it's not an eternal truth because you're the only one that holds that movie in your head. And in that movie, you have labels on everybody. And in that movie, we know what everybody is about. And we know what clan we belong to and what tribe we belong to and what we like and who our kids are and who we're against. Separated ones always have people they're against because they have to have againstness because they're separated. So they see this person over there and me over here. They don't see that we're all one. This exercise can bring very startling results even the first time it is attempted. And sooner or later, it is always successful. Sooner or later, you're always going to be successful and you're going to live from absolute reality. It's inevitable because it's who you really are. And one day you'll just experience so much pain in the third dimension, like I did, and I was about to take myself out with a bottle of pills. One day you'll experience so much pain that you'll be like, I give, uncle, you know, your arm twisted behind your back, like, you know, kids used to do to each other. Do you give? Yeah, I give. You'll terrorize yourself so long and so much with all of your horror movies that you made up in your head that eventually you say, well, wait a minute, where's my dream life? Where's my empire? Where's my destiny fulfilled? Where's all the fulfillment and the love and the bliss and the beauty and the happiness and the beautiful people around me and the harmony? Oh, it's all available to you as soon as you give up that movie in your head. No. I like this movie in my head. I think it's true. Okay, well, keep your movie and don't have life. Keep either your movie or absolute reality. It's up to you. You can't have both. This is going to be a very startling exercise, even the first time we attempt it in just a few minutes. We will go into more detail about this kind of practice as we go along, but it will never fail completely. And instant success is possible. Instant success is possible. Tell yourself that. Instant success is possible. Everything doesn't have to be a process. Everything, well, I'm working on it. Stop working on it. Do it now. Do you want to be free now? Or do you want to wait another 10 years to get rid of your fear? Throughout the day, use today's idea, often repeating it very slowly, preferably with eyes closed. God goes with me wherever I go. Think of what you are saying, what the words mean. Concentrate on the holiness that they imply about you. If God is abiding, dwelling in you, as you, through you, you must be holy. As a temple, your body is a temple of spirit. You are source, one with your source. Then you must be holy. Concentrate on the holiness that they imply about you. Think of what you are saying, what the words mean. Concentrate on the holiness that they imply about you, on the unfailing companionship that is yours. I call it the inner lover. I was in a room last night that was so eye-opening. I sat there and I just was in the room and I was happy to listen. And then I was invited on stage and I came on stage and I listened some more. It was fascinating. And one thing that was fascinating was about it, that someone in that room really thought that someone else was responsible for taking care of them. I was like, wow, this is fascinating. What I believe, because everybody in the room is you in some level. And there was somebody in there spitting so much truth and they didn't like the way he was spitting truth. And wow, like I'm the person spitting the truth and I'm the person resisting the truth and I'm the person that doesn't like how the truth is being spit at the time. That's all going on in my own consciousness, in the movie in my head, because there is no other. You go into a room with 300 people in Clubhouse, you're all 300 of them. Look around the room. You get to see all your committees and all the little voices in your head. I call them little because they're meaningless. You have an unfailing companionship. How could you be lonely? On the complete protection that surrounds you. So this is what you're to concentrate on. 3 things. Concentrate on the holiness that must be you in your very essence, if source of all nature, if source of all that is abides as you, in you, through you. Concentrate on your holiness. Number 2, concentrate on the unfailing companionship that is yours. You've never been alone a day in your life. You have never been alone, and it was impossible to be alone. You could never be alone. Concentrate on the companionship. Not, oh, I look around, I don't see a boo. I'm so lonely. Save me from my loneliness. Let me go on a date. It creates some mayhem in other people's lives because I feel like nobody loves me. Stop it. Concentrate on the companionship that is yours. Concentrate on the complete protection that surrounds you. Then you wouldn't think that you need this to protect you and that to protect you and that to protect you. I'm telling you, we lived in New York City, had lots galore, and people still came in. Why? Because our minds had invited them in. When will we know it's happening in the mind? You can indeed afford to laugh at fear thoughts. That's why I laugh all the time, because I'm laughing at all my crazy ass thoughts. They're quite startling and quite hilarious when you really look at them. remembering that God goes with you wherever you go. And the reason that a lot of these fear thoughts are very fascinating and very funny, I won't say fascinating, they're hilarious, is because they bring up scenarios that are not even the current reality. What if this happens? Well, right now I'm sitting in paradise eating the most delicious avocado toast ever. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, just look at your mind. It's bringing up things that are so ludicrous. You can indeed laugh at fear thoughts because it's so ludicrous when you think about it. You got to fear that something might happen and you're healthy as an ox. You got to fear that something might happen to your kids and all your kids are happy and thriving. What is going on? We would do our first exercise together as always. Remember, today we are touching infinite reality, absolute reality. We will close our eyes, we begin the chimes, and for 5 minutes, you will free your mind of the fear thoughts, the worry thoughts. They're not real. And you will focus on touching reality deep within, deep within. You're going to that place deep within that cures all fear, all pain, and it's a lasting cure. You don't need a booster. Get a spirit booster. You'll be good. This is not to say that we don't believe in doctors, vax. I got plenty of vax. They jabbed me when I was growing up. All kinds of stuff. Okay? Please understand it's not about any of those things. If your mind went to jabs and pills, clearly your mind is still in the clouds and the mist. We're going to infinite reality where sickness does not exist. We could call it heaven. We could call it the kingdom of heaven. And we heard Christ say, lo, the kingdom of heaven is within you. 5 minutes. Repeat the idea for today to yourself, and then go to infinite reality, absolute reality. Begin. God goes with me wherever I go. And our 5 minutes in touch with absolute reality past the clouds of the mind is complete. We have done our exercise for today. We repeat the idea again to ourselves slowly. God goes with me wherever I go. The floor is open. Good morning. Good morning.
Yay, I love this lesson. I love this lesson, family. Guess what? Today, we get to put aside all foolishness, all nonsense, all ridiculousness that we have in our minds due to one thing and one thing only, the thought that we could ever be separated from God. So today, family, we're going to do away with depression, anxiety, worry, sense of helplessness, misery, suffering, and all forms of loss, because today we know that wherever God goes, where I go, God goes with us. So I just want to say God morning to everyone. Come on up on this stage. Let's hear what 41 days of the course has done for you, because today we know 100% we can let go of all foolishness. So let's hear it. Who's next? I'm complete.
Good morning, Grand Rising.
Good morning, Kristen. How you loving?
Good morning.
I'm loving very, very, very well. And with this lesson, it's like, how could I not be loving well if I have the understanding, the understanding that I'm connected with Source, that I am light, that I am holiness, that I am divine? How could I not be loving well? That's what came up for me today. And with this, and I posted in the chat Psalms 27:1, because I was like, hey, this lesson today is reminding me of a song that I know, or some say it was a song, and it was like, oh, Psalm 27:1 is, the Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life, whom shall I be afraid? And like, I think it was from, I don't know what day it was, but whatever day this week that we had the lesson about my holiness is my salvation. In this lesson today, God goes with me wherever I go. That's the salvation. That's what I'm starting to understand, what the salvation is. The salvation is the saving from all of the, as the lesson said, the illnesses of the world. If I have the understanding, like, how could I not do we have all the things that I want to be as an expression of God on this earth? Like literally, it's like, I guess I'm talking to all the voices and the committees in my head of like, this makes no sense. It doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. Matter of fact, don't make it make sense. I made it make sense, and God goes with me wherever I go. So I'm complete.
It's amazing how simple it is to reach absolute or return. I don't even want to say reach, return home to absolute reality. It is amazing how easy it is. And it is amazing how allegiant we are to the stories in the mind. Miss black clouds.
Yes, I totally agree. And like you said, we're returning. It's not reaching, and that's where I think a part of the illnesses of the world is we're trying to reach outside of ourselves in this third dimension. Oh, reach money. Oh, climb the corporate ladder. Climb even in your business. Climb this ladder. Reach all these successes, and you'll be happy. You'll have everything you want. And it's like, that's so far from the truth. So, if we're reaching, that implies that there's something separate from us. And like you said, we're returning to the truth. Officially, for now, complete.
Or like Abraham says, we remain deliciously incomplete. I got to give a shout out to the Circle of Life, Money in the Vortex. Thank you for the super chat. Money in the Vortex. I love waking up money first thing in the morning, and waking up to spirit first thing in the morning, and money with it. Come on now, seek you first again. If having all these other things will be added unto you. Go, Queen Vashti.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I wanted to thank Kristen for making that connection with Psalms 27:1. Thank you so much. That was perfect. I love it. Yes, it's wonderful to have a constant reminder that you are divine and that you are holy, and that God goes with us wherever we go. This just set things straight in my mind. I had an experience this week. I was pretty sad yesterday, and that's because I was in my head and I wasn't. I didn't think that, or I wasn't reminded that God goes with me wherever I go, and my holiness is my salvation. So I didn't have to be sad at all. And so I love this reminder. I love the connection that Kristen made, and I'm going to go in and do some meditation on that. I do appreciate that, and I'm complete for now.
Yummy. I didn't want y'all to come get me. So look what I was working on yesterday. I was like, somebody gonna be like, where's your next book, Rev? Because you helping us do all these things and we're holding you lovingly accountable. I didn't want nobody come get me. So let me show y'all what I was working on yesterday. And y'all are gonna love this. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. I was working on, gotta change my card. Okay, thank you for the reminder. I was working on yesterday. Let me show y'all what I was working on. OMG. I was working on this right here. This is the book Say Yes. And Say Yes is all three books, Why You're Stuck, No Excuses Manifesto, and Dark Night of the Soul, is all three together in an omnibus collection, one big book with meditative coloring pages. Meditative coloring pages, notes, of course, journals to do the work, and meditative pages. Do you see this? Do you see this? This is the book. This is the book. This is the book. This is the book. This is what I was working on for hours yesterday. I was like, oh, no, I ain't going out like that. I'm not telling everyone else to be accountable and to work on your epic works and bring your beautiful art to the world. I'm not going out like that and not doing it myself. Look at this, sacred geometry coloring. Do you see this? This is the coloring. So delicious. So delicious. I had such a good time with this. I have never created anything like this in my life, and I love it. And it's so fun. The creativity that is coming to me with regard to book creation is over the top. And the tools that are coming to me, I use what's called Atticus. Well, I use a lot of tools in book creation. The tools that are coming to me, and even when I made Decode Yourself, that full color ebook. Now, if you are a member of anything we do, you have the Decode Yourself ebook. If you're in initiation, that means, of course, you're in the mystery school, so you have the Decode Yourself ebook, full color, symbols, all of it. Matter of fact, I'll show you all the Decode Yourself ebook. I'll show it to you. If you are not in ascension, if you're not in initiation and you're in ascension, you still have the Decode Yourself ebook. And if you are a member on the channel, you have the Decode Yourself ebook. I have never created an ebook like this. Look at this. I get to do all of this. Look at this. It's a book, a video book. So it was the first time that I was able to integrate videos and book all in one. And if you get the ebook on my YouTube channel, on my website at valerielove.com, it clicks you over to where you can purchase the book, buy the ebook, and then get all the videos that go along with it. It's really probably more like a mini course, even beyond a book, in Decode Yourself. I have never created a book like this. If you don't have Decode Yourself, get Decode Yourself, because it teaches you all about yourself. I've never created a book like this. That would not be possible to create a book like that. Don't you love it, Angel? Oh my God, don't you love it? It's a big book, and you'll have your affirmations in there, and your notes in there, and your coloring, and it has blank pages in there. You can put the God bumps. You can put pictures in there. It could be a walking vision board, dream board, ascension device. This book, that's what I worked on yesterday for hours, and I have to give it up to our sis. Is sis on the stage for? Okay, let's go. Who's next? Before I talk about the violin video, who's next? Is that Sweetness?
Yes, Sweetness. Yes, Sweetness, you're on. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning, yes. First, I wanted to say about this lesson, the two things that came up for me. God goes with me wherever I go. Reading along and A Course in Miracles, it gave me another example of consequence. And I wrote it down. It said depression is an inevitable consequence of separation. Like, boom, that clicked for me even more. That was just reaffirming what I learned yesterday. That was a beautiful example, and that's one I can relate to because I experienced depression before, just trying to separate from myself, and I didn't even know it. And then again, these lessons go together so beautifully, talking about resistance. We had yesterday in the lesson as well, and I remembered a very good friend of mine years ago. He told me this years ago, and it didn't click until now. He said it to me over and over again, and I dismissed it because I was like, no, you're chasing me. You just want something. But what he said is so true. He said persistence overcomes resistance. And it's so simple, so simple, so simple. And he said it to me years ago, and it clicked this morning when it came back up again in the lesson. It started to click yesterday, and this morning it just was like, boom, persistence overcomes resistance. Simple as that. And yes, I made my video yesterday. I've been walking on air ever since, and I'm making another one today.
I watched your video with your violin. Congratulations. How did you feel? How do you feel that as soon as you said yes, you have subscribers, you have viewers, you have people who are looking for you? As soon as you said yes, it was like everybody was waiting for you to say yes. How do you feel?
I've been walking on clouds. I feel, I don't even know an adequate word to describe it. I feel wonderful. I feel, what I specifically felt yesterday, right after I posted the video, was light, like very light, almost high. It was amazing.
And you're going back for more today. More creativity is bursting forth from yourself today.
Oh yes. I got a list. I got a list of songs that I have to do. Yes. I'm going back for more today. I have to. Like yesterday was the fire was lit. Yesterday, it's like I can't stop now. I gotta keep going. I can't. Like I'm gone. I gotta do it. I'm going to do it. I am doing it. It's exhilarating. It brought back to me the first time I heard the violin. I will never forget it. I was in elementary school, and the high school, the local high schools would do tours and just go play. And later on, once I reached high school, I did the same thing, but it brought back to me that same exhilarating feeling. The first time I learned what a violin was, the first time I heard it, I remember I saw this girl step up and she started playing. And like the sound grabbed me. And I'm looking around at everybody else like, do y'all hear this? Do y'all hear that? What is that? And that's what came back to me yesterday. It was beautiful.
Your childlike wonder at seeing your destiny right in front of you. All of us as kids, the video, all of us as kids, we were immersed in our destiny naturally. Sounds of Sweetness YouTube channel. That's where it is. Sounds of Sweetness YouTube channel. Is that correct, Sweetness?
Yes.
Because they're asking on YouTube, where's the video? There it is, Yoli. Gina says, I watched the violin and made a comment. I was so inspired that I woke up today at 6 a.m. and worked on my book I'm creating. Thank you. Look at that. Your fire lit Gina's fire. That's why you want to be around people who are producing at a very high level, epic levels, climbing their Mount Everest, creating and building their empires, being great, letting their magnificence shine. Yeah, those are the kind of people you want to be around. Those are the only kind of people I'm around. Lovely. Congratulations. Everybody give it up and celebrate Sweetness.
Congratulations, Sweetness. Congratulations. I saw the video. Oh my gosh, you are so cute. I don't like to call adults cute, but oh my gosh, you're childlike. I just saw that innocence. You were just ready. I got your violin. You showed us the dog food. You weren't about to eat it. I was like, yes.
I like how she came out with that can of dog food.
Oh my gosh. Welcome to our community. You don't have to eat dog food. You just have to do the damn thing. And I loved it. It was just so beautiful because guess what? It doesn't matter what it was. You freaking did that. And I love it. Thank you so much, Sweetness. It's going to light a fire under me too. Shoot. Thank you, darling. That was beautiful. That dog food was motivation, honey. Let me tell you. I'm like, ain't no way I'm eating this. No way. And I love it because I sit it out and I look at it. I keep looking at it. That's my reminder, my motivation. Like, yeah, okay, I'm never going to eat that. I'm never going to eat that because I'm going to keep eating it every day. And it was, I thank you for the cute compliment. I like that because I thought the same thing when I rewatched it. Like, I was looking at myself, I was like, is that me? Are my eyes really that big? Like, I was so excited.
And you have on your black dress like you're ready to play in the Philharmonic and the symphony. I was like, oh, she's ready for the stage.
Yes, ma'am. I had the perfect. As soon as I decided, I was like, I've been waiting to wear this dress, and my son came home early. Right before I recorded the video, he walked in the door. He was like, okay, Mom, where you go? And I said, to the living room to record this video. And I was so excited to get dressed and get ready. It was, and I didn't even leave the house. But yes, I did leave the house because I was flying. It was great. It was great. And my teacher, you are my teacher, my coach, my master teacher, Kaisi, you said show up in excellence, so I got my black concert dress. I had to. Yes.
And look at that. If you play the violin every day, is it your aspiration to be on stage or in Philharmonic or playing before people? What is your aspiration?
Yes. I'm going to play the violin all over the world in every stage I can, in every room I can, in front of every audience I can.
Then that means, are you registered for the Christian Witches Convention?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, then you could be part of what we call entertainment, even though it's beyond entertainment. We have a lot of goodies for the Christian Witches Convention. Would you play? We'll pay you.
Yes, ma'am. I am playing at the Christian Witches Convention this year.
We'll send you all the details. Come on now. Hello? Because Robert sings, and when Robert sings, we all cry. We'd be like, he sung Amazing Grace. We were like, remember Robert singing at the Fire Fairy performed too? Yeah, right, Robert?
We have so much talent. And the thing about it is, this is a vortex. It's, you're lighting us on fire. We're going to light someone else. It just keeps going. I can't wait for that violin. Rev, my daughter played the violin and then she put it down and I was so hurt. I was like so hurt. And she was so good. And I'm like, you need to pick that up again. So maybe Sweetness, you can inspire this girl with what you're doing to pick up that violin again. This is beautiful. I can't wait for the convention. Awesome.
Hello.
I have to tell you, the other day you hit the nail on the head when you said, my husband is a master manifester because he had put that money in the bank for me for 222 and didn't even know it. The other night when he was talking about me, when I wasn't playing my violin, he said, as soon as you open up, as soon as you break that box that you put yourself in and start playing, people are going to start paying you. And now I'm playing at the Christian Witches Convention. He said that. He said, as soon as you start playing, people are going to pay you.
Of course they would pay you. And this is what I found. This is a secret the angels revealed to me. And if you really master this secret, you will be shocked at where you will find yourself and what will manifest in front of you. The angels taught me this, that if you master what you do, your craft, for me, it's words, writing and speaking. And I'm always seeking to up-level my speaking and the word, because I'm a keeper of the word. So the word is my jam, right? I don't play instruments. I don't sing. If I sang, people would run out the room. When Robert sings, we all cry. People would cry if I sang for very different reasons. Robert is a professionally trained opera singer, global stages. He has performed on global stages around the world, and he is a treasure to us. That's his craft, his instrument, singing. Of course, we have multiple gifts. That's not his only gift. That's one of his gifts. Sweetness, playing the violin, attuned to the harmonic frequency of the violin and bringing those sounds into this dimension to heal, to uplift. This is sound and sound healing. Everyone has gifts, everyone. And this is what the angels told me or conveyed to me. When you become a master of your craft, you will automatically be with other masters of their craft. I'll give you an example. We were in Vegas. This is when I was married to my husband that I was married to, who had won $17 million in the lottery. This is what happened. He asked me, where you want to go? Because that was always, it was whatever you want, right? I said, because I love Emerald. I used to watch Emerald Lagasse on TV all the time. I'm not a cook. I don't like cooking. I like people cook for me. I love cooking as an art form. I watch him and was amazed. Like the culinary arts to me are amazing, and I'm a huge foodie. Well, we went to Emerald Lagasse's restaurant, and when we were in New Orleans, we went to I wanted to go to Emerald's in New Orleans. Like everywhere this man had a restaurant, I wanted to go to his restaurant. So we go to his restaurant I think it was in Bellagio. No, it could have been in Mandalay Bay. I'll give you the for real in when I go to Vegas next month, because I'm going to Vegas next month for the Bitcoin conference, an incredible Bitcoin conference. You can go to it if you desire. I'll bring it up on screen in a moment. It's called Unconfiscatable, because that's what Bitcoin is, right? Unconfiscatable. Well, anyway, we were at this restaurant with Emerald Lagasse. Well, he wasn't there at the time that we were there. We were there at Vegas, and Emerald Lagasse's restaurant. And while we were at Emerald Lagasse's restaurant, he had this meal that you could eat. Yet the meal was it was 7 courses, and each course was paired with a wine. And it took 2 to 3 hours to eat it. It was this very, what do you call it? It was an culinary experience par excellence. Okay, so that's what we were experiencing. That's what I wanted. That's what they had at this restaurant. So we're sitting at this restaurant, and the only way that you can get this culinary experience that lasts for 2 or 3 hours is if everybody at the table orders it. Because he doesn't let one person order it, because everyone else will be finished with their food, and this one person will only be on course 3, and it doesn't make the perfect dining experience, because he's setting up an experience for you in his restaurant. So we're sitting here in his restaurant, and we didn't have that experience because he didn't want it. I was like, you want to get that? And he was like, no, we're going to be here for 3 hours. He wanted to get to the tables, okay? Blackjack and everything else. Okay, so we're going to have a nice dinner, and then we're going to go and have fun at the casino. This food was so delicious. I don't even remember what we ordered. The wine, the aperitif, like everything they put in front of me, it was dancing on my tongue. I was in heaven. And that's when the angels taught, and I had just released, look how these things coincide. Watch your life like a hawk. Be aware, not vigilant, like something gonna get me. No. Aware. Be aware. See the synchronicities. I had just completed, I think, book 2 with my publishing deal. And I'm sitting there eating this delicious meal, and I'm like, how did I get here? Do you ever ask yourself that? Like, the thing is so good. What did I do to do this? Because I'm going to keep doing that same thing over and over again. Well, as I sat there and had that meal, I was just, he's like, this is good, The angels told me that when you become a master of your craft, and I was not yet a master of my craft. I'm still not a master of my craft. I'm mastering my craft. When you become a master of your craft, you will become now associated with, energetically and attuned with, please pay very close attention to the words that are coming forth right now through my mouth. They're not originating with me. They're coming through me. These words are important to grasp. When you become a master of your craft, naturally, what will be put in front of you on the third dimension will be other masters of their craft, and you will enjoy what they are offering because you yourself chose to become a master of your craft, and you are offering your masterful creations to the world. That's why I'm up leveling my books to there's no limit. There's no limit. I could just keep up leveling, keep making them more creative, more beautiful, more engaging, more amazing, more. Keep going. It's a fun game. And we're doing this from a place of abundance, not from something missing. You know, people who are in perfectionism and all that, and procrastination and hesitation, they're coming from lack. We're coming from abundance, like there's more. Oh, this is delicious, and there's more. You know, we're coming from infinite abundance. What you will find is that now, because you chose to play the violin sweetness to the best of the best, and you chose to master this, you will now come in front of a person who is a master chef and enjoy their culinary arts. You will now come in front of someone who's a master designer and wear their clothes. You will now come in front of someone who is a master purse creator, and you'll have this fabulous $50,000, $10,000, who knows what designer purse. You will now come in front of people who are masterful singers, and now we have Robert, who has mastered his tonality and his voice and his instrument with, I see it on stage, with a master violinist. Do y'all see how? But you're trying to get to, you're hurting yourself and making yourself and privatizing yourself, trying to get to all these master things, but you didn't earn it by way of mastery. Does everybody hear what I'm talking about? Tell me what you all are hearing so I can get some feedback, so I know if I'm saying this in the best way I can say it.
I understand what you're saying. I do. It's almost intimidating. It's so beautiful what you're saying. And it's also amazing that you mentioned Robert, because I saw him. I saw me playing with him on Tutu on February 2nd. I saw that, and I didn't realize what I was looking at, but it's beautiful. I'm speechless.
Okay. Who else? What did you hear?
I heard I need to get to work. I need to get on my jam. That's what I heard.
What's your jam? What's your jam that you're going to get on?
My jam is speaking. That's my jam, speaking. And I need to master my craft. I need to work on my craft. That's what I heard. And I also heard when you were saying you're going to be in a room, so you're going to be with masters as you master your craft. You will be amongst masters of their craft. And at that time, I just had the vision that we're all going to be masters in this community, and we're hanging out together and sharing our master craft with everyone. And it was just so touching and inspiring at that moment. It was instant. It wasn't anything prolonged. It was just an instant feeling that we're all going to be masters here. So I'm pretty much complete. I just heard I need to get to work.
What does that work look like?
What does it look like? It looks like what was coming to me was that I need to, every day, I need to
Okay, pause for a moment.
Yeah.
Quick question. Could I ask you to mute while I ask this question so we don't get reverb?
Yes.
Okay. You're already a master speaker. What personal development, you spoke at many of our events, you spoke on stages internationally, you spoke on a stage in Nigeria, you spoke on our stages, you're going to speak on our stages, you're already a master speaker. What can they teach you?
Well, I thank you, Coach. I just would like to be more. I just would like to be more confident in my speaking and just stronger. I want to be stronger because I want to have an impact. I want to assist others in their lives, and I just want to be great at what I'm doing.
That's excellent. How do you? Tap your mic for a moment. Okay. Just so we don't have any reverb and we have the best recording we can have for YouTube. 2 YouTube channels, the Valerie Love YouTube channel, the Christian Witches YouTube channel, Facebook, Reverend Valerie Love at Val Love Inspires on Facebook, and Clubhouse. Here's how you master your craft, family. You don't master your craft by studying your craft. You can study the violin for many years, studying it on paper. You don't master your craft by going to classes about your craft. You don't master your craft by talking about your craft. You don't master your craft by just being around other people that are doing the same craft. You're in the class with them. How do you master your craft?
I'm over here laughing as you're saying this because you master your craft by doing your craft.
By doing it, ding, 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 by doing it.
And while you're talking, I'm just laughing. I'm like, I know where she's going with this. I know where she's going with this. And instantly, of course, it was do the craft. Thank you for reminding me.
So where are you going to actually do your craft, actually speak?
Well, I'm in the works again to go to Africa and in my community.
Beautiful. And I heard you say that every day you were going to do something. What is Spirit saying to you within yourself about every day? Because I'm a speaker as well. So what is the thing that you are receiving within yourself? It'll help both of us. It'll help all the speakers here. What is the thing within yourself that you are receiving from Spirit to do every day?
Coach, I love you so much.
I love you as well, Queen. I love you.
It's been coming to me all week to make some videos.
The plot thickens.
The plot thickens, yes. So it's been coming to me all week to make videos. So I'm putting myself, okay, this is public accountability. Y'all got me. Y'all got me. Because I don't want to eat dog food either. So I will be making a video this evening on my YouTube channel, Divine Lady Ninhersog. And I have to think about the time that I'm going to have it up. I will have the video up by 7 p.m. Eastern time today.
Of you speaking?
Yes. Well, I mean, just to get myself into making the videos every day, but it has come to me that I need to make videos. And I'm talking to Spirit. I'm like, Spirit, what am I going to talk about?
What do you talk about when you come on stage? What happens? Because you always be, oh my goodness, you have people in tears. It's magic.
I just ask Spirit to give me the words because I do not prepare anything in advance. So I just ask Spirit to give me the words. How can I help someone today? So that's what I would be asking Spirit as I go through my day. And then this evening, whatever is revealed to me will be what I'm speaking about. It won't be a long video, but I think sometimes just those shorts hit it, and that's good enough just to spark some, inspiration in others. So I'm really just going with this right now. I'm really just going with it. And I've, all this week, especially yesterday, it's just been, Katina, just stop trying to think so much. Just let go. And that's where I am.
You know what could be really good is making shorts, because they're 60 seconds and they go freaking viral. They go all over the place. And you can make one short, you can make one 30-second or 60-second video with a powerful message. This could be a great way for a lot of people to get started who are about video. Start with shorts. It's vertical content. Short vertical content. Say something in 30, 60 seconds, upload it to YouTube and Instagram and Facebook. Keep it moving. Make another one. Get in the role. Like, you have momentum.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to start with the shorts on Instagram, on YouTube, and on Facebook today by 7 p.m.
Love it. So 7 p.m.
Yes, ma'am. 7 p.m.
Could you give us? Could you give us your handle, your on? It's going to be on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
Yes, it's Divine Lady Network on all three platforms.
Putting it in the chat right now on YouTube and Facebook. YouTube, Facebook. I've got to say something, family. Yesterday, this one is for Althea, Soul Whisperer. Soul Whisperer, you hear Soul Whisperer? Soul Whisperer is here every day. I know Soul Whisperer. And she doesn't leave without saying bye to the family. Soul Whisperer, let me see if I see Soul Whisperer in the chat. I haven't seen Soul Whisperer in the chat yet today. Soul Whisperer, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Soul Whisperer, are you here? If you're in the clubhouse, raise your hand, come to stage. If you're on YouTube, talk to us. Soul Whisperer had a goal of 1,000 YouTube subscribers. Do y'all remember Soul Whisperer was talking about her goal of 1,000 YouTube subscribers? Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. And do you remember I was telling Soul Whisperer my story about getting stuck with numbers with regard to YouTube because I was so focused on the numbers, and I was in one of the ego goals rather than returning to absolute reality? Guess what happened? Yesterday, I'm doing something. I think I was doing something for Ascension, or what was I doing? I was doing something for one of our programs. And it took me over to my YouTube channel. And I saw, oh, no, I know what I was doing. I remember now. Where we're having our gorgeous event, the venue, I was sending them like all of our links, our social links. I was sending them the link to the YouTube and the link to everything. They're cooking up all the deliciousness for us, for 222 and for Never Work Again. Get registered for Never Work Again so you can learn how to never work again. Yay, I don't work. I have a lot of fun. I don't work. I never liked working, and I had to find a way to not work. And so I don't work, and I'm so thankful. And now I'm going to share it with everyone. Now, I was sending over the info, and so I got the link to the YouTube channel. Guess what I saw, quote unquote, by accident? Guess what I saw? The video that is the 3 reasons most Black people are not wealthy is well over 1 million video views, like, woohoo! 1 million video views. Do you know that video was at 996,435? 996,570. $996,699. 997,000. I was like, oh man, let me stop looking at this thing. Because I was just waiting for the moment that it'd go over 1 million, right? Officially over 1 million video views. What? I said, fuck it. Went on and did something else. Now I told y'all, we're not looking for numbers. We're not looking at numbers around here. We're not looking at numbers. Look at the thing. My only goal is God. We're going to hear it in some of our coming lessons. Focus on one thing, absolute reality. Christ said it. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. All these other things will be added unto you. Yesterday, I'm giving her the link for the YouTube channel. There go the video. Well past 1 million views. Something like 1,001,000 some odd views. I just had to laugh. This stuff happens when you're not fixated on it. You're just on it. Oh, like I got it. And this is for Soul Whisper, and this is for all of us. I'm doing a video. Is anybody watching? How many views? How many? What about the analytics? How many new followers? How many likes? How many this? They have got us totally entrained on the thing that is not thing. That's the ego. Seek but don't find. That is the edict of the ego. Seek but don't find. You are never going to find fulfillment in how many YouTube subscribers you have, but you see people breaking their necks, staying up all night, losing their mental health and their bodily health to get more subscribers on YouTube. I never did that a day in my life. I did a video and then I fell asleep, and it was lovely. I only did videos when I was inspired to do videos. We're only live streaming every single morning because that's what I'm inspired to do. It's not for an algorithm. Do you understand that? It's not for an algorithm. Please. This is not for an algorithm. This is for transformation of minds all over the globe, all over the cosmos. This is massive transformation. And in it, you'll get video views, you'll get more subscribers, do you know how many more subscribers? I've gotten more views, I've gotten more money, I've gotten more this. The universe will throw it all at you. It'll throw it at you while you're not looking. Let's go to the two goddesses that live in every heart. All right, come on, Soul Whisperer. I knew you were here. Come on, Soul Whisperer. Soul Whisperer said, oh, wow, I just got that, Kaisi. I had to teach a class. Okay, your words right on time. I just saw I had one less subject today. It had a little dip. No worries, because guess what? I had negative subscribers for months on end, and it was like, I'm telling you, it was like a little dagger every time. I was like, and all the insecurities started coming out. Oh my God, people are not listening to me, because people that have this, inner chatter that somehow you're not listened to, that people don't listen to you. I have that little inner chatter. Oh my God, people are listening to me. Okay, that inner chatter of people don't like you. Oh my God, they don't like me. Something I'm saying, I'm doing something wrong. That inner chatter of I must be doing something wrong. There must be something wrong with me. And that other little inner chatter of, oh my goodness, how come their YouTube channels are soaring and mine is just sitting here stagnant? Oh no, it's worse than stagnant. It's going backwards. I need to quit YouTube. Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do. And because I meditate enough to know when I go crazy, I was totally crazy. I was going totally crazy. Didn't even want to go into the back and look at the numbers and the analytics of my YouTube channel. Didn't even want to look at it. Y'all didn't know I was going through all these, because when I get into my ascended, exalted experiences, I give a video and I don't care. My soul and spirit don't care if people watch it, don't watch it, how many likes, how many views, how many downs, how many ups, analytics. Do you understand the soul and spirit soars high above all of that? And it is doing the work in the universe that we cannot see, eyes has not seen, eye has not seen, ear has not heard, and it is going to touch someone in Poland and they are going to stop beating their child. And that was fulfilled with 5 video views. But you didn't know it. And you're going to do a video and someone in Nigeria is going to see it, and she's going to be emboldened to get up and get Bitcoin and start using it at the market, and tell all the women at the market to start using Bitcoin so they can get out of the rigged financial system that they will never win in. Mission accomplished, 10 video views, but mission accomplished. But you don't see that. You're looking at an empty, meaningless. It's meaningless. It's so meaningless. It's so meaningless. Like, now I know how meaningless all that shit is that I was looking at. It's so freaking meaningless to a person who is operating from absolute reality. It's clouds, it's smoke. And since I did focus on the thing, see, if you focus on absolute reality, the paradox is when you don't focus on it, here you have it. That's how magic works. You don't focus on it, looking for it, looking for it. It says in Proverbs, a scripture that I never understood when I was little. I was like, what does it mean? And they couldn't tell me what it meant. There's a magic secret in the Bible, tons of magic secrets in the Bible. And here's what it says, cast your bread upon the waters, and after many days it will return to you. Did you hear? Have you heard that scripture? Has anyone heard that scripture? It's a great magical maxim. Has anyone heard that scripture? Cast your bread upon the waters, and after many days it will return to you. Did you hear that? It said cast it out. Right? Cast it out. Cast it out into the universe. Rockets of desire, as Abraham Hicks calls it, your intentions, your sigils, your magic, and then move on. Forget about it. No lusting for desire, no watching. Is it done yet? Oh my God, 36 minus 36 subscribers. Like, you don't know what happened. Maybe 36 people decided that they were going to leave YouTube because they were on social media too much. Maybe they were 36 bots. Maybe they were 36 people that didn't align with you anymore, where you are now, where they are. Don't you want to talk to people that align with you? Maybe there are 36 people who have elevated so much from what they've learned from you that now they're meditating on mountains, and they forgot to even come on YouTube. And when they did, they just cut all their subscriptions. Mission accomplished. We don't know what's going on. That's why we make it up. Is that helpful?
Extremely helpful.
Beautiful. Gina says, you remind me of Jim Carrey when he went to some awards and told people he was only there because he wanted to do the most meaningless thing that day. Jim Carrey is an ascended soul, and he got it. He went to the award show. They're giving him the awards. He went to the award show, and people make such a big deal. Am I going to get the Emmy? Am I going to get the Grammy? Am I going to get that? You know, Beyonce shows up. They give her 5 more. Oh, thanks. Do you think Beyonce is thinking about those 29, how many Grammys she has now? Males Grammys of any person, I believe any female artist. Do you think right now Beyonce is sitting looking at all the Grammys, just transfixed looking at all the Grammys? Or do you think Beyonce is cooking up her next Beyonce thing? Writing, envisioning the video, with the creating. She is creating on an unreal level. Unreal. And all of you have it in you if you didn't have a mind that was telling you you didn't. Who's next? Good morning.
Rev, I'm next, Rev. Can you come right back to me?
Yes.
Can you come right back to me?
Yes, Alina. Yes.
Can you give me like 5 minutes and go to the next person? Come right back to me, please.
Oh, yes. We can do that. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Okay, who's next after Alina?
This is Lakia. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, Reverend Z! How you loving?
Yes,
Love to your amazing husband. Tell your amazing husband we say hey.
I sure will do that. We were thinking about you early in the morning hours. Oh my God, he is. Let me tell you something. I put you on every day, and he wakes up because he works at night. He wakes up out his sleep because he hears and that's just I must be listening. Absolutely.
Wow.
I'm only going to be very short because I'm getting ready to move out shortly. But first of all, so many things, Reverend Bell. Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations, sweetness. I am so excited. I can't wait to hear your sweet,
violin music, and I'm excited. I'm excited for you. Congratulations, and keep on doing your thing. Reverend Val, you know my Brazil. Every time we do Brazil, every time I listen to Dr. Pillai do Brazil, I am just elated. So thank you so much for bringing Brazil to us this morning. It was such a beautiful meditation, and I even took time to look up at the sky while we were doing Brazil. As I was watching myself traveling all over the world, Brazil was taking me everywhere I want to go. You said when you start doing what you want to do, the masters, you'll be following, the masters will be with you. I'm following the master traveler. Valerie Love Kaisi. That is what I aspire to do, to be a master traveler and just go everywhere that there is to go. And I'm thinking that God is with me wherever I go. God is with me wherever I go. And I know God has taken me some magnificent places. I watched your video last night of Isla Mujeres and that beautiful little place you had. Oh my gosh, that place was just, I could hear the sea as you were coming through the door. What is that sound? What is that sound? You kept moving through the little apartment and showing until the pièce de résistance was the sea and that hammock. And I was like, I know Reverend Val coming up with a book when I know this book is coming out of here. This creative energy is coming out of this place here. So when you showed the book today that you've been working on, I knew that had to be part of your experience there. I just knew it. So I'm just saying I'm excited to look forward to when the book will be released. And I'm just excited. I don't know what else to say. I do want to say that, and with the affirmation we did today with the lesson, God goes with me wherever I go. I was also saying that for my daughter, who's going into a surgical procedure today. So I was holding that space for her as well. And so I just am so grateful. I'm grateful to be here every single day. I love each and every one of you, family. And Isla Mujeres, I want to know where that place is, Reverend Val, because I want to go there. I want to have that experience. And I'm just going to say, I'm complete. I love you. Peace out. My loves.
Reverend Z, you were born to travel. You're a gypsy soul, just like me. You definitely were born to travel, and you have that wonder in your eye, that sparkle in your eye. I got to meet up with Reverend Z and her husband on their anniversary, which I'm very honored, and I got to hear their incredible love story up close and personal. And I got to meet Reverend Z's husband in person. And I got to tell you, it's way better than social. Like, looking at their pictures on Facebook is one thing. Being with them eating tacos and drinking margaritas is a whole nother level. Well, guess how I found out about Isla Mujeres? On the journey. Let me bring forward these books. If I have to talk about these books every morning, I'm very happy to do it. This one, you see, this is a series. So these three are coming together into one book called Say Yes, titled Say Yes. Dark Night of the Soul is, you start with No Excuses Manifesto, then go to Dark Night of the Soul, and then Why You're Stuck. And Why You're Stuck, it talks about the call to adventure and being on the hero's quest. So I'm on the hero's quest, and so many magical things happen on the hero's quest. You cannot imagine. So you're trying to plan it out before you leave, which would be folly, because the second you walk out the door and you miss your plane, what now? Your whole plan just went to pot. You have no plan. Stop trying to have a plan. Stop trying to control everything. Stop trying to know what's going to happen. Be on the quest. Like when knights go out on a quest, they don't know everything that's going to happen. Isn't that part of the adventure? It's called discovery. Wow, while I was in Mexico City, I was like, I gotta get to Mexico City. Everybody's talking about Mexico City. I just gotta go there and just experience it. Mexico City was not one of my favorite because it's a huge city. It is a huge city. It's like double New York. Just think double New York. 22 million people live in Mexico City. Mexico City is probably one of the most avant-garde cities on the planet, probably similar to Hong Kong. super advanced, super metro, super modern, super advanced. Everything you want is in Mexico City. Fine dining, culture, concerts, music, architecture, everything, ancient cities, hot air balloons, everything you can imagine is in Mexico City. So while I'm in Mexico City, I'm always talking to people on the adventure because I don't know who holds all these people that are with you on the adventure. They're placed there by design and they're saying things to help you. So I'm talking to the gentleman at the place where I'm staying in Mexico City. And I'm saying, yeah, I think next I'm gonna go to Cozumel and I wanna go for the, they said Cozumel, oh, you must go to Isla Mujeres. I said, what's that? I said, oh, it's a beautiful little island. And you know how Latin men, I just love Latin men. Well, my dad is a Latin man, so, oh, it's this beautiful little island. You've gotta go. So beautiful, you will love it there. And you can swim with the dolphins. Wait till I take my grandkids there. I'm taking my grandkids to these 4 spots. And we're going to do retreats there too. To Cancun, Cozumel, Playa del Carmen, Isla Mujeres. We're going to do that circuit right there because you can hop through all of them, right? So whisper, oh, Mexico City, no es bueno for me. That was my experience too. Mexico City wasn't my favorite place in the country so far that I've been to so far. Yet I understand that if you're looking for certain things, you would love Mexico City. So if you're looking for more of a metropolitan, which is not really what I'm looking for, if you're looking for an avant-garde, metropolitan, everything is in one place, Mexico City is it, an avant-garde forward city with millions of people, all kinds of food, all kinds of accommodations, just everything. You want a really big metropolitan city where you go to concerts and you can go to museums and you can go to, oh my goodness, where there's something happening all the time. That is absolutely Mexico City. Mexico City has everything. And the other thing about Mexico City is the air quality was not the best. My eyes were kind of burning a little bit there. When I first got there, I was like, ooh, smog, because the other areas of Mexico are so clear and clean that when you go to Mexico City, because they got tons of cars, tons of traffic, tons of smog. So it's like LA. If you want a place like in LA or you want like a double New York, Mexico City is twice, maybe 3 times New York. It's bigger and it's 22 million people. New York, I think, is 8 to 10 million people. Mexico City is like 22 million people. While I was there, so I only stayed there for about a week, 8, 10 days, something like that, 7, 8 days, somewhere around there. When I left Mexico City, I'm just going to my next jaunt, and I tell them, yeah, this is looks like my next jaunt. We're having conversation. They said, oh, we have to go here and then go there and then take the ferry over there and take this ferry, not that ferry, because this one is cheaper than that one, and this is the one that Mexican people take. And I was like, I'm getting all kinds of insider information right now. When I got to Isla Mujeres, mind you, I don't know what any of these places are going to look like before I get there. I picked them kind of my intuition, wisdom, reviews. I'm going by, that feels right. Yeah. There's something guiding me. Source. I get to this place in Isla Mujeres. Mind you, these places are like, I don't know, 50, 60 bucks a night. The place I was staying in Cozumel, probably 50 something a night. Y'all saw the place I was staying in Playa del Carmen. I think that was 30 something a night, 2-bedroom apartment. You'll see the tours right here on the Nomad Queen show, right here on the YouTube channel. Then I get to Isla Mujeres. Now I think that one was expensive. I think it was like 70 something a night. I don't know, maybe 80 something. Maybe it was 100 something. I don't remember. It wasn't more than $125 a night. I go to this 1-bedroom apartment. Literally, king size bed. I love king size beds. Literally, if you roll out the bed and keep on rolling, you would just roll right into the ocean. Well, first you would roll into the hammock, and then literally you would roll into the ocean. Like I slept with that door open every night, and all I could hear was ocean waves. There's no words for Isla Mujeres. And then I found that avocado toast. I was like, Then I found someone there. I was talking to someone over my avocado toast. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're new here. Where are you from?" I'm like, "Well, I'm a global citizen." He's like, "Oh, nice." He said, "Yeah, I'm from Canada." I said, "Really? What are you doing down here?" He said, "I've been here for a few years now." I said, "Really? What's going on?" Because I meet all these people. That's like the treasure of the trip. It's all these amazing people. The journey. He said he has been in Islam Mujeres, coming back and forth to Islam Mujeres for the past 15, 16 years until finally he moved out here a few years ago. Coming back and forth for 15, 16 years. This place is so beautiful. You can swim with the dolphins. This place is so beautiful. It's a little island. I mean, the island is like 3 feet, 3 feet long. 3.5 miles, maybe 4 or 5 kilometers. I'm moving to the metric system because the whole world's on the metric system and only America is not. Everybody talks in terms of kilometers and meters and liters and things like that. So I'm learning the metric system. Like my brain is just expanding in every direction. And literally, when you go to Islam Mujeres, yes, Soul Whisperer, I have a show on the YouTube channel called Nomad Queen. Look it up. Search it on my YouTube channel, and you'll see all these travel videos. It's my travel show on the YouTube channel. When you go to Islam Mujeres, this is for Reverend Z and everyone else who desires to go to Islam Mujeres, you literally can drive the whole thing with a golf cart. People rent a golf cart, not a car, and you just drive the whole island. I was driving that island on a golf cart. Wind through the little scrap of hair I have on the top of my head. I have a mohawk. Ocean over here, because you can see the ocean on one side of the island and the ocean on the other side of the island. Because on one side of the island is facing Cancun, and you look way off in the distance, you see Cancun. On the other side of the island, it's Cuba. So you can't see Cuba from the island. Yeah, Cuba is straight over there, that direction. And you go all the way to the end of the island, and there's a huge lighthouse. I drove around the island in a golf cart. I filmed the whole thing. The YouTube videos are coming. They're being edited. When y'all see these YouTube videos of me, you're driving the golf cart with me on the island Islam Mujeres, around the whole island. Yeah, we'll do retreats to all these places because we can hit all 4 of them in one place. We probably could hit 5. We probably could hit Tulum too. Do like maybe a 7 to 10 day retreat and do like 2 days in each of these places. We can hit Playa del Carmen, Tulum, Cancun, Cozumel, and Islam Mujeres. Be the time of your life. Time of your life. Okay?
Reverend Val, one more thing. Oh my God. Did you say lighthouse?
It has a lighthouse at the end of it.
Listen, that's my baby's jam right there. He is a lighthouse man. He wants to go any place there are lighthouses. So we will definitely be taking that journey. And Ralph has been a world traveler since he was in his teens because he went into the Merchant Marine. So I'm still trying to catch up with him. So I got to go all the places that he hasn't been. But I'm taking him to some places that he's never been. Isla Mujeres, here we come. I had a young lady reach out to me. I'm a travel agent. And she says, "Can you help me get to Isla Mujeres?" I was like, "What the heck is that?" What? I'm a travel agent. I'm supposed to know all of these things. I had never heard of this little island. So I looked into it, and I didn't know all these things that you're telling me. So now I'm gonna reach back out to this young lady, and I'm gonna say, "You need to go check out this video so you can see this beautiful place and see if you still want to go." That sounds like absolute heaven, and that's going to be on my next places to go. So thank you. I'm going to go check out your YouTube channel as well because I've been looking for you, but I didn't know about Nomad Queen. Checking it out. Peace out. So much. I'll see you tonight, right?
Tonight.
All right. Peace.
Tonight, Ascension members, we have a special Zoom tonight with the founder of an NFT project and you getting in early. We're going to show you all the goods tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're not in Ascension yet, I'm telling you, I'm going to make Ascension the best spirituality and wealth program on the planet. I'm going to be having Ascension only retreats. We're going to Ascension members. What is coming for you is so delicious. I'm going to make this membership the best thing ever. The
I need to
best.
join tonight then.
Say that again?
I need to join tonight, Casey.
Oh yeah, tonight we are meeting with an NFT. I'm going to be bringing a lot of guests to Ascension. I'm going to be bringing a lot of NFT projects, crypto projects, and things like that to Ascension members before people. I'm going to get them whitelisted, all of that. Yeah, if you're in Ascension, we got a Zoom tonight. It's in the Discord. If you're in Ascension, go in the Discord today. Go in the Discord right now. If you're in initiation, you know we have a WhatsApp chat group. If you are in Ascension, some people are in both. Pardon me, that was the founder of the NFT project just calling me. That is wow, that's synchronicity. That is. Family, can I tell you something? There was an NFT project just released called Azuki. I'm going to show it to you because we're talking about spirituality and wealth. It's called Azuki. This NFT project launched January. They made $30 million in one day. Did you hear what I said? $30 million in one day. Let's go to their website. I'm just giving them free promo here. I don't know anything about it other than what I was doing yesterday in my research. I don't know if it's good or not. I'm not recommending you buy it. I'm telling you about it and what they accomplished. They sold these NFTs. I think the price for the NFT when it was offered, I think it was somewhere around $1,000, $1,200. Do you now see what these NFTs are worth? This is next month. That 1 month, 11.54 Ethereum. Now, when we're in Ascension, we have our calculators out. What is the current price of Ethereum? Let's see. Let's go to CoinGecko. And let's see the current price of Ethereum. The current price of Ethereum is 3,000. 3,000 times, roughly 3,000 times 11. That sounds like $30-something thousand to me. I'll just leave you with those numbers because if you missed Bitcoin, you still didn't miss Bitcoin because Bitcoin is going to 1 million plus very shortly. In a matter of 3-4 years, probably we'll see $1 million Bitcoin. No one believed it, but they couldn't believe it. Bitcoin is at $3. What? Bitcoin is at $100. What? Every time Bitcoin is at $10,000. What? Bitcoin went to $60-something thousand. Okay, we're passing out. How many times have we said, oh, it'll never do that? And it did it. If you think making $30 million in a day, and not only that you bought something that was worth $1,200, let's say it was $1,000 when it came out, when it launched. I don't know, $1,000, $1,200. Something that was worth $1,200 when you bought it, in the following month is worth $30,000. There's nothing, I don't see where the complication is. People make these things so complicated. It's very simple. Get in, do your research, take action. It's very simple. I don't know what people are waiting for. I really don't. I don't understand it. And it's the same thing I ran into when I was a financial advisor. The masses of Black people, they wouldn't get it. The ones that did get it, they came in, they did the work, they became wealthy, they had cash reserves. It's not hard to become wealthy. It's not hard. Now, the only thing that's standing between you and your wealth is your mind, because you have to learn so freaking much to understand what an NFT is. You kind of have to break your old paradigm. You do have to break your old paradigms. You have to break your brain, your old brain, and you're going to get a new brain. And that's the only thing that's keeping you from being as wealthy as you want and from making $30 million in one day. I'm going to do that shit. I'm doing it. There's one person can do it. Anybody can do it. I'm going to create an NFT project that is going to be incredible for witches and wizards and magical beings. Ascension is going to eventually be an NFT project as well. And it is going to freaking make everyone in it wealthy. You see, that's the whole name of the game with an NFT. It's not just making the people who created it wealthy, it's giving everybody in the thing money. This is what people do not understand. Come on, family. Come on, family. All right, let's continue. Thank you, Soul Whisperer. Good. Continue.
I'm ready.
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go right ahead. I'm agreeing with
Oh,
you.
okay. All right. It's okay. So, peace to the room, everybody. And thank you for pushing us. Well, thank you for headlocking me and body slamming me. I appreciate it. So I did my work. I'm not going to Target with my gown on, so you don't have to worry about that. Or eating cat food for dog food. So I did what you requested. I have a link and a cover and everything.
Come on. Coochie Chronicles.
I back channel Harmony.
Harmony, let's see it. Let's see it. I'm going to put it in the chat too. Come on now.
Yes. So thank you so much.
Is it Coochie Chronicles?
Angel helped me with the cover. Angel did the cover. But I'm going to say this. Angel, I'm telling on her. Angel is, she's into graphics. And I told her to, she helped me go through the whole application and everything. And it says it wasn't going to be ready for 72 hours. And I said, oh my goodness, it got to be ready because I'm not wearing no gown or nothing. And then it just went live a few minutes ago. That's what I put you on. It says it went live. So I'm glad about that. But Angel she does graphics. And so she said she was going to do a link tree. And I told her that she needs to do something too. So I said, I'm going to tell Rep Val. She's sitting on some gifts too.
Oh, look, Spirit is coming for everybody. See, today is coming for this one. Tomorrow is coming for you. Oh, it's coming for everybody. Just you wait and see. It's coming for everybody. Lynn said Coochie Chronicles. That's the name of the book.
Yes.
Coochie Chronicles. We couldn't wait to get our hands on it. What's it about?
Excerpt that I wrote. Hold on, let me read it to you real quickly. It says, hold on. Coochie Chronicles, how to create, manifest, and restore wholeness with the power of your coochie. And it says, I knew within my soul as a young girl that my coochie had power. As I grew to a woman, I noticed that my coochie took on a life of her own, that it was far more than sexual relations. She could predict, foresee, and create if I only paid attention. This book is about the lessons my coochie taught me and how we can tap in and care for her from a new perspective beyond what we've been taught. Did you all hear that?
Yes, we did. Alina.
Thank you so much for pushing me.
Does your coochie have a name? You don't have to tell us what the name is. Does she have a name?
Yes.
So does mine. Girl, let me tell you, because dudes be naming theirs, Johnson and all that. Dudes name their their communication device as the course calls it.
So you understand? You speak coochie, okay?
Oh, I speak coochie, girl. I'm fluent.
Yeah.
I'm fluent in coochie. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, she speaks coochie, everybody.
Oh, I speak coochie very well. As a matter of fact, have you ever seen any of those toys from what's girlfriend from Candy, Bedroom Candy from the Housewives?
Yes.
Don't play. Oh, I got yoni eggs, all of it. Don't play. All right.
Yes, I have yoni eggs too. Yes. Okay.
Now, you don't know nothing about Punani power. We have the whole retreat on the yoni. It's called Punani power. Come on now. Punani means flower in Hawaiian.
Yes, it does.
Means
Punani is
flower, beautiful flower. That's what you have, a flower. And a portal, and a gateway, and a birther, and an intaker. I mean, the coochie, you know, if women were like men, there would be statues of coochies in Washington, D.C. and all over the world. If women were like men, we're just not.
Were you guys able to see the cover? The cover has a coochie flower.
Oh, the coochie
Angel
flower.
did that.
Okay. I don't know if Harmony is able to post it. Can you also send it to Dr. B?
Yeah, I'll send it to her right now.
Queen Hadassah, I'm not sure if Harmony is in a position where she can post it because I don't see any links at the top. And usually Harmony is on the links. Okay. All right. Alina, once we get the link at the top of the room in Clubhouse, we're also going to share it on YouTube and Facebook.
Okay, I'm sending it to Dr. D right now.
Okay. Queen Hadassah, she's sending it to you on the back channel. Queen Hadassah, you know how to pin a link at the top?
Yes, on the back channel.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you got it. We got the right mods in this room. All right, who's next while we get that taken care of?
God loving family.
Good morning.
How are everyone? I was wanting to say that the mantra for today is amazing because I used to be, I'm not gonna say used to be because I'm just really now starting to get out of it because these 41 days has been changing me. Because I've been like in a place where I was kind of mad at God because everybody said I felt like he just been taking everybody from me. But then I was digging more into my Galactic Signature and my life's path, and I am an 8. And I was like, And I was wondering, it said I was a 5, and I was digging into that, and I was like, oh, so that would explain a lot. And then
what are your tarot birth cards?
My tarot birth cards? I don't know what my tarot birth card is.
Okay, never have that answer again. And thank you for being honest. Beautiful. We give you one pass. Never have that answer again. Everyone, I'll show you how to get your tarot. Are you in? What are you in? Are you in? You're not in with us in Ascension or Initiation. You're not in Initiation. You're not in Ascension yet either?
No, but I was in the Facebook group that you had, but I'm not a big social media fan.
Okay, are you a member in the YouTube channel or no? Because if you're a member, I'm telling you these things because if you oh, you're Mysterious Spell on YouTube. You're a YouTube member.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you get the book as a gift. You get all the books as a gift. Members for only $4.99, and the books are way more than $4.99. You get the books as gifts, okay? Now, get the book, Decode Yourself. You all have it. If you are...
yeah, I think I have that. I have that in my... I have that on Kindle.
Decode Yourself. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you have Decode Yourself on Kindle, because it's not on Kindle, is it?
I think I paid for it on Kindle a long time ago. That might have been...
you bought it from my website and then it downloaded for you. Okay, because I use BookFunnel. I don't use Kindle for that one. So is one of the many tools that we use as authors, which we'll show you the next time we do your book in 5 days retreat. Next time we do our authors retreat, we'll show you all the tools. We'll show you everything on the back end to sell your books and make all the money you want to make. Now, the question that I have is this. When you go into Decode Yourself, the book, I teach you, let me bring it up. Go right now. Everyone go right now and do this because you never, just do tarot birth card calculator. Now, I'm only on Google right now. Normally, I don't use Google in my normal things that I'm doing. I use DuckDuckGo because I'm de-Googling myself. However, if you want to use Google, do it. It will bring you to the tarot school, the birth card calculator. Put in your date of birth and put calculate, and you will get either 2 cards or 3 cards. People that have a number 1 birth path have 3 cards. People that have other birth paths have 2 cards. Can you do that now, Wendy, and we'll come back to you?
Yes.
Lovely. Who's next? And we're going to circle back to Alina for Coochie Chronicles and Wendy for her tarot birth cards. Who's next, Cha? From the resort? Are you able to speak, Cha? We don't hear you. Does anyone else hear Cha?
No, we don't hear you, see.
If you're unmuted and your sound isn't working, try coming out of the room and back in again. Usually that fixes audio. Sounds good, Cha? Because we would love to hear your incredible resort experiences, retreat experiences. You're on a mini retreat with yourself. Let's go to Rosa next. How you living, Rosa? Mama Rosa. Rosa, are you able to speak? Unmute. Is anyone hearing anyone?
No, I can hear you, but not anyone else.
Good God morning. I apologize. I was in the middle of listening and cooking. Breakfast.
There you go. There you go.
Good God morning, everyone. I am so not overwhelmed, but just excited about the knowingness of no matter where I am, God's with me. Getting back to the course, that it doesn't matter whether I'm in a depression, guess what? God's there. Whether I'm in a joy and happy experience, God is there. Whether I'm mourning or grieving, God is there. And sometimes we forget the past lessons that we have learned when we're in an experience that we really don't like. I mean, we're not feeling good about it. And all we have to say is exactly what the Course says. I want to see something different. And then I want to see the truth in that situation. Why am I, whatever it is? And it's important, I think, as we, as a group, begin to live this truth that we're learning, things become easily accessible to us. Like you said, if we're searching, if we're seeking, if we're learning a new skill, everything and everybody who will support us will show up. Our thing is, will we say yes? And a lot of times in collaboration, like in community, if you work together and you're all on the same positive note, everything you desire will come. And it ain't hard. What's hard is to understand that it shows up to teach you the stability and the strength and the knowingness that these, I like to call them mantras, or these thoughts, have power. The more we say them, the more we believe in it. And as I said before, it just attracts you to everything that you desire. And don't be afraid. Say yes. I want to congratulate the sister who did the videos on the violin. I am a violin fan. I can't find your YouTube channel, nor can I find that, because I've been looking since you talked about it. If you could send me that And you can do that through Clubhouse, because you can message me right here. Just press my picture and send me the YouTube channel. I'd appreciate it. Dr. B, I apologize. I got busy yesterday. I'll call you. Have a great, beautiful day. And remember, we're on this journey together. You got all these people. If the course doesn't come to your mind, you got many people that you can contact and reach out to help you through that process, because that's what we do. So I want to thank you, Reverend Mal. Always, gratitude for you is without saying. You are definitely a spiritual leader. I appreciate that. So that's all. I'm complete.
Love you, Rosa. Love you, Rosa J. Hodge. When you see Rosa in person, she always says, I am Rosa J. Hodge. I never knew what the J stood for. I just knew she always announced herself with her full name. Okay, someone important has just entered the room, She never was a shrinking violet. Rosa was never a shrinking violet, never. You kind of got to come big and correct, because this community is full of a whole lot of big energy people.
Powerful people. Powerful people. God being everywhere, because we attract that which we are.
Yeah.
And that's what's good about this spiritual community. We attract those people who are aspiring to have not a control, but an acceptance and a way through everything. And I am so grateful for that. And my J stands for Jacinta. My name is the flower of God. Both of them, Rosa and Jacinta. This lady from Brazil told me that at a conference I was in. She said, my God, girl, your name means God. And that's why I use Rosa, R-O-S-A.
Yeah.
A Muslim brother from Reverend Emmanuel, who used to be with Farrakhan, was trained by Farrakhan. And I was having an experience with him. And he said, girl, your name it ends with God. Yes. And I had never, ever paid attention, because when I was young, I hated my name. I don't know why. But then when I started saying, when I wrote my book, and I changed my name to R-O-S-A-H-J, Rosa. And I said, the flower of God. So thank you. Thank you for the compliment. And sometimes my getting loud or being bold scares people. It scares men mostly, though. People say, okay, we can work with that. Men be like, oh no.
If a man is intimidated by you, that ain't the man. If he's intimidated by you, that ain't the man. Because the men that I know, they're not intimidated by me, and I got big energy. They're not intimidated by me. They're quite comfortable with themselves and with me and with everything. Right? The right man will not be intimidated. Now, if you an incel or kind of like you're not confident, or you got mama issues, you a strong, powerful woman might be an issue for you. For a strong, powerful man, I never saw that a strong, powerful woman was an issue for him. I think he likes it.
Well, I'm bringing that person into my life, but I'm finding out that folks are intimidated by me. One of my friends says, Rosa, do you have to be so mean? I be trying to tell the truth in a gentle way. It don't always work like that.
You know what I found to be most liberating is to say it how you say it. People take it how they take it. Say it how you say it. Not intending to be mean, simply being authentic. Say it how you say it.
And that's what I say to them. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just trying to tell you the truth that I see. Now, that might be different. You might not. I might be seeing something different. So show me what you're talking about. Don't tell me, show me. I look, and so I'm opening myself up to. But I think I really kind of believe that he ain't on this planet.
That's okay, because we now have those little ferries, those little ships that'll take you over to Mars and other planets. So except, hopefully it won't be all populated from people from the Earth. And we do have other starships, and according to what Billy Carson said, I don't know if you all follow Billy Carson. I freaking love Billy Carson, Forbidden Knowledge. Billy Carson said that now NASA, Billy Carson, Forbidden Knowledge with a 4. Billy Carson said that now NASA just set up a whole new extraterrestrial, what do we want to call it? I don't know if we call it a division or a whole new something that they just set up. Now we know they've been dealing with the intelligences beyond this planet for a very long time and trying to keep it hidden as best they can. Yet I don't think they'll be able to keep it hidden for much longer. Well, obviously not, because it's been coming out all over the place. If you listen to Billy Carson, he will break down all of it for you. He will break it all down for you in plain, simple language. I freaking love Billy Carson. Okay, so.
But when I worked with education, I was one of the teachers that trained NASA teachers and students. And we were in the process, and this is over 20, 30 years ago. We were in the process of, they were just starting out with Mars. And then when they got that new telescope, the whole universe opened up to them. So now they have to, in order to feel that curiosity of scientists, is there another life somewhere? Have to put the money into it, to seek it. I wish, and this is a perfect time, I wish I was a science teacher in the elementary schools now. Because it is an exciting new time for space. And with this magnificent telescope that they have, the world is opening up, the universe is opening up. And I prayed that they find this before I die, because I know I don't need proof. Some things to know, and I don't need somebody to make it a news story or anything like that. And I also wanted to say, Val, they were trying to teach. In my math class, when I first started teaching in 1975, we were supposed to teach the metric system. And still now, United States citizens don't even understand the metric system. And it is so much simpler than the one that we use. It is just crazy how Americans want to stick to their stuff. I think everybody should change for us. No. We should be in a community and a lifestyle that if we go visit someplace, we need to know what they're doing and act accordingly. But Americans can be some of the rudest people in the world.
What's fascinating about Americans? We think that's okay. We think it's somehow superior. Like there's a smugness to it and an arrogance to it that's very interesting. Like you don't even know what Celsius means. Like when the whole world is talking about 32 degrees, we're like, oh my God, that must be so cold. And we don't understand that they're talking about 32 degrees to Celsius. Like the whole rest of the planet is on Celsius and we're the only fucking ones on Fahrenheit. Like that's concerning. Everybody else is on meters. Even when we have races, they say 5 meter, you're doing a 5 meter race or whatever. And in Americans, or 5K, 5 kilometers, meters, liters, milligrams. An American is the only one still up here with miles and inches and feet in Fahrenheit. What gives? And it's okay. It's perfectly okay. No, it's not.
No, it's not. And you know what else? Everything you buy nowadays for fixer-upper things, are in liters. Even on the milk cartons and things, they state that. And these people, most people have no idea.
I think the only reason we found out what a 2 liter is because of Pepsi.
So
We got to do better, family. We got to do expand your knowledge, expand your noggin, expand your consciousness.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All righty. Yay, enjoy your breakfast. Enjoy your breakfast, Mama Rosa. Let's go back to Alina. Alina, we now have the Coochie Chronicles book posted up. Could you give us the book? I don't think if I search it on Amazon, I'm going to find it yet. Let me try it and see if it works. Books. Give me the name of the book, please. Coochie Chronicles.
The Coochie Chronicles.
The Coochie Chronicles.
Yes.
The Coochie Chronicles. And give me the subtitle. Or give me by, what's your author name on the book?
Alina Brown.
Let's see if it comes up in search. Oh, it's not coming up yet in search house because it's brand new. Is it published? It's officially published?
No, it's pre-order.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Pre-order. Give me the subtitle. The Coochie Chronicles. Give me the subtitle.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking at the subtitle. Hold on. How to go back to my link.
I'm looking at the link in.
Okay.
It's not coming up yet. It's not populated yet. It's all good. Continue.
All right. It told me it was live. I said it was going to be live in 72 hours.
No, it probably is live. It's just that it is not yet coming up in search, which is all good because I'm not using the direct link because I'm on YouTube and we don't have the link over here. The link is in the Clubhouse room. So everyone go to the Clubhouse room and get the link. What is most important is it is done. That's the most important.
How to create, manifest, and restore wholeness with the power of your coochie.
Okay. I'm going to put the name in the chat. The Coochie Chronicles. Actually, I'm going to ask someone here to do it. Oh, Soul Whisperer. I know of Billy Carson. He's always giving me an alien vibe. Hello? Hello. There's a lot of people on this planet that are not of this planet.
I thought the cover was cool. Angel did the cover.
Okay, pause. Let me get the name. Because someone on YouTube and Facebook, could you put this in the chat for us? The Coochie Chronicles. How to create. Oh, say the title is your book. Slowly, because they're typing it into the chat. Sis, slowly enough for them to type it in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. How to create, manifest, and restore wholeness with the power of your coochie.
Wow. Wow. Ding, 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 ding. Producing at an elite level. That's what we are creating around here. Producing, bringing your gifts into the world. Producing. We love it. We love it. Let's go back to Cha. Cha, are you able to speak? Is Cha back yet?
She's not on the stage, Rip.
Oh, can she come to stage and speak? Is she in the room? In the meantime, who's next?
It would be for me. My tarot birth cards are Star and Strength.
Come on, that's what I'm talking about. Say it again. Your tarot birth cards.
Star and Strength.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's your study. That's your deep dive study. The star card, the strength card, key number 8, and the star card, key number 17. Your life path 8. Yes?
Yes.
That's your deep study.
Blue Lunar Eagle, Kin 76. But I wanted to ask you, that shouldn't change
One,
Because when I
pause
first
for one moment, Dia. Yeah, you got a hot mic. Very good. Go, Wendy.
I wanted to ask you, that shouldn't change, because when I first did my Galactic Signature a while back, it came up that I was a Blue Lunar Eagle, but I was 161, and I came in on the yellow white plane, and I was like, but it shouldn't change. But then I did it again, and they told me I was the Blue Lunar Eagle still, but it came up Ken 15 with red dragon, cosmic dragon, and I was like, what is going on? Like, it shouldn't change, but I wasn't questioning it.
No, beloved, it didn't change. Something wasn't accurate either the first time or the next second time. It doesn't change. It's like your sun sign doesn't change. So maybe it was not accurate. One of those times something wasn't accurate because it won't change. So which one is it?
They both came in on the year of the red electric moon.
Okay, pause for a moment. Pause for a moment. Family, it is very critical. I'm going to show it to you right now on screen share. It is critical when decoding your birth information. Let's go back. Let me close some of these other tabs so we can go to where we were. Let's go back to, and please ignore that I need to update my card on Canva. I forgot to do that. Okay. Now, let's go over here. Hold on.
You muted Clubhouse.
Oh, thank you, family, thank you. Because you know, I just take off and Kaisi be in another world. Like, listen, get this, you gotta get this. Okay, now there's something very important to know about your galactic signature, and I had to pull it up on the screen so we will see what is going on. When you pull up your galactic signature, it will show you the moon you were born in, as well as the year you were born in, as well as your galactic signature, which shows you the tone. We're going to look at it in a moment. We're going to understand this. Then it shows you the archetype, which is the solar seal. Then it shows you the kin number, 234. The example is mine, is the example. I give you this example in Decode Yourself. If you're not in any of the programs, you can get Decode Yourself at ValerieLove.com. Click on books, Decode Yourself, so that you can understand how this works. And then you will have your 5 or 6 line mantra. So let's look at it. This is, I gave you an example of what it looks like so that you can see what's going on here. So this is the results you will get once you go to lawoftime.org. You're going to go to lawoftime.org. And if you do not see it, you can actually put lawoftime.org/decode. That's just the easiest way to get to it. You can see I use it often to help people out. Lawoftime/decode your galactic signature. You're simply going to go here and you're going to put in the date. Now the date is today's date. So if you just click decode, since it's today's date, it will give us the galactic signature for today. But it's not going to be today's date. You're going to put in your date of birth and then click decode, and you're going to get something that looks like this, which is exactly what's in the book. Here is mine as an example. So it's going to show you that I was born in the electric moon, pardon me. I was born in the electric moon 15, electric moon 15. I was born in the year of the yellow galactic seed. Everything above that is not your galactic signature. Your galactic signature is below where it says your galactic signature. And then what it shows you are 3 dots and 2 lines. Each line represents 5, each dot represents 1. That means 5, 10, 11, 12, 13 means I was born on the 13th tone, the cosmic tone of presence. And then you see right here is the glyph that represents my archetype or my solar seal, which is white wizard. You put the 2 together, the tone always goes in the middle of the archetype, and you have kin 234 white cosmic wizard. I endure in order to enchant, transcending receptivity. I seal the output of timelessness with the cosmic total presence. I am guided by the power of endlessness. This ought to be tattooed on your hand. Tattoo it. Then you're going to get to decoding yourself. What does it mean? And you're going to meditate on each word. I endure, 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 endure. You're going to meditate on that for about a week or 2 weeks or 5 years, however long you want. This is how you decode yourself. And that's how you understand. Here are the 20 seals. I am white wizard. There are 20 solar seals, which are the 20 archetypes. And then we have the 13 tones. It looks a little cosmic-y when you first look at it. It can be a somewhat a lot to digest. That's why we meditate on it over and over and over again for many years. It's just that you know Western astrology because you've been meditating on it for so many years. Now, I was born on a 13 tone. You can see the 13 tones of creation. They're galactic tones of creation, from magnetic to cosmic. Okay? So is that helpful, Wendy?
Yes, I have the tones and everything that I was born on.
Tell us.
It's the 13th tone.
You're cosmic also.
I was just trying to figure out what was I mastering, because I dive in so many things. And when I was digging into my path and everything, it was telling me like my God-given talents and what I am really good at. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, I came out the womb dancing. Like, I dance all the time. I teach dance. I teach praise dance. But since I've been like down in the South, I haven't been doing much with it because I guess they don't have a lot of stuff over here in Albany, Georgia. But I haven't been doing like a lot of stuff with it. But I still constantly dance on my own because that's like part of my even workout process. So I was just trying to figure out when you was like master it, and when you was talking, I was hearing like get on shit, master what you need to master. But then I cook. My father was a renowned chef, so I cook. I have that in my blood, and I always wanted to own a restaurant. So I'm like, get on your stuff. Like, you don't have time to waste now. Like, get on your stuff. And I wanted to tell Sweetness her video was amazing. Like, I looked at it when I was looking at it yesterday. I wasn't able to comment on it because I wanted to comment on it. I think I was in class, but I wanted to comment on it and I wasn't able to. But I wanted to tell her she did an amazing job.
She did an incredible job. Woo! And imagine she's going to play with us in person. Even better.
I also sent you some stuff on the back channel.
To who?
You told me to send you some stuff on the back channel.
Okay, very good. Excellent. Excellent. Gotcha. Thank you for the reminders. I can send you everything for 222. Who's next?
Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Who's next?
Good morning, everybody. This is Dia.
Good morning.
I apologize for the hot mic. I'm doing like Mama Rosa. I'm in the kitchen trying to stir up something. Anyway, I was just chiming in to give a little fun fact. When we were all talking about the goddess a few days back, and you were telling us about your experience in Ila Mujeres, I looked it up so I could learn what it was about, and I'm a big history buff. And what I learned was that in the 1600s, when the Spaniards arrived on that island, they named it Isla Mujeres, which means Island of Goddesses, because there were a lot of goddess statues all over the island. So I wanted to ask you, were you able to see any of those goddess statues while you were there, or was that were they all gone now? So that was my thing complete.
Oh, girl, you will love this one because all the way at the end of the island by the lighthouse, there's a whole like this like a park kind of thing where you can go and you can, wow, it's this whole, I don't even know how to describe it. And there is this ginormous statue of a goddess with bosom, this like this ginormous structure. Like, we have revered the goddess for as long as we've been alive. We still revere the goddess. We have been revering the goddess for as long as we've been alive on the planet and planets beyond. We have always revered the goddess. Christianity sucked that out of the Bible. It sucked out of the Bible Yahweh and his Asherah or Asherah. Every place you saw Yahweh, you saw his wife. They sucked that out of the Bible in the 6th century when the Bible had its massive rewrite. The Hebrew Bible, of course, the New Testament wasn't written yet. The books that were written in Greek, the Hebrew books that were written in Hebrew and Aramaic, sucked the goddess right on out. And this is not anything I'm saying that is not provable by going and doing your own research about it. Oh yes, Islam Mujeres, the island of women, goddesses. You are right, dear.
Thank you. I was just interested to know if the statues were still around, so I'm glad to know some of them are still available. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You know what's really, it makes me squirm a little bit because I don't think we've learned the lessons from the past. I think on some level we're still doing them. The Spaniards came here and they were pretty brutal. The Spaniards came here and a lot of Black people, because, Black people, we have our own particular strand of pain and suffering and slavery and horrors. We're not unlike other people on the planet. Jewish people have had their horrors, and there's Latin American people, the people of Mesoamerica have had their horrors. When the conquistadors came, not only did they kill many people that were in Mesoamerica, like the Inca and different tribes, in Peru, they actually enslaved them and made them work in the mines for gold, that they enslaved them. And it was so horrible, the conditions that they were working in, that they routinely just off themselves. That's how bad it was when the conquistadors came through here. Not only did the conquistadors come and enslave people, kill people, that just brutal, the colonizers. It's because Black people kind of think we have the corner on people who have been colonized and trounced and raped and sacked and dragged across the planet, enslaved. We don't hold the corner on that. Because first of all, we were enslavers at other times. Black people were enslaving Black people brutally. That's part of history, it's truth. And there are many groups of people who have been enslaved, sacked, their holy houses desecrated, their books burned. Like, Black people are not the only ones that have been at the end of this, receiving end of this incredible experience that humans keep perpetrating on each other. Like, why are we so brutal to each other? And we're still doing it because people see things differently from us. We're still doing it, just in a different way. We talk about them, we ostracize them, we blackball them, we censor them. Why? Because they hold a different point of view than you. Humanity we haven't learned yet. So what you will see throughout Mesoamerica, you see it a lot in Mexico, is they have torn down the Mayan establishments, because the Maya were here before the conquistadors. And before the Mayan was someone else here, right? And before them was somebody else here. So that's why no one owns the land. You can't own land. You can't own the Earth Mother, just like you can't own people. But yeah, that's what we think we do. We think we can own people. We think we can own land. How are you going to own the earth? Anyway, that's what we think. Anyway, when they came, one of the most horrific things that they do is they take the language, they take the holy houses, they take the books, they take the culture and the customs. And when they co-opt all of that, when they desecrate it, the people are lost, because we have our legends, we have our stories, it's like somebody coming, it would be like all the Islamic people, or let's not even say Islamic people, because we don't want to make it something that would cause division. Let's just say there was a race, an alien race that came here, and they didn't like the Bible. And let's say they went around to all the Christians, grabbed all the Bibles, put them in a big heap and burned them, desecrated and sacked and burned down and blew up every Christian church across the entire world, including the Vatican. How horrified would people be? How horrified would people be? 1 billion people plus just got sacked. That's what we still do, though. We ostracize people. We destroy people for their beliefs. We destroy people because this one's a witch and this one's a Christian, and I don't like you and you don't like me, and ne'er shall the twain meet. This is madness. We ostracize people. You got the vax, you didn't get the vax. Stop it, human. We're still doing the same thing. We didn't learn anything from the billions of people we've already killed in the name of, I don't agree with you. You're other. That means you're against. That means we got to kill you before you kill us. Like, whoa, people. So what you will see is the conquistadors, of course, were Catholic, name of the Holy Roman Empire, and which still exists in the form of the Catholic Church, the Holy Roman Empire. And the conquistadors came. And when the conquistadors came, the Spaniards, they literally sacked the Mayan temples, destroyed, ancient history, destroyed, reduced to rubble. And as the ultimate fuck you, build a Catholic church on top of it. So here you will see Catholic churches and underneath Mayan ruins. Wow, people. Wow. It's fascinating what we do. That's why your work here every morning is so critical. Because not only are you restoring your own sanity and coming to the truth of absolute reality that all is one, you are now holding that vibration for all of us. And on day 41, we can say that in the 41 days we've been doing this in 2022, the whole world is shifting. Not only because of what we're doing, because of what everyone's doing all over the world, to shift to love, freedom, peace, joy, harmony. We can get along. We can get along. Even if people disagree with us, we can still get along. Wow, what a novel idea. We don't have to kill each other. We don't have to shoot up people. We don't have to bomb people. Wow, what a novel idea. Just because they see things differently from us. Wow. Who's next?
I guess that would be me.
Welcome. Good morning.
Great grand rising to you, beautiful Kaisi, and to all the beautiful goddesses here, and if there are any gods, them as well. And I had to dip out because I had a class to teach at 8 o'clock, and I was like, gosh, because your message today was so powerful. You were on fire, and I was all lit up. And I'm like, okay, will I be able to say this little thing real quick before I got to get out of here? And I had to go get in the queue for my class. And I was like, dang, it's just really, it's like pull the wind out of my sails. So I went on and did my class, came back in 45 minutes. And just before I looked at my YouTube channel, and there you go. I came back in, you were talking about, and Soul Whisper, I heard my name almost instantly as I was coming back in. And Soul Whisper, see, that's why, you don't worry about this, and that. I'm like, oh God, I missed it. I missed going out on that high, powerful, radiant energy. So I'm going to have to go back to see what I missed during that 45 minutes. But I wanted to acknowledge that. The second thing I wanted to say was, well, now it's moot point because Sweetness already opened her comments. But when I went to hear her yesterday, her comments weren't open. And I was just like, I want to tell her, I want to love her. I want her to know, she did a brave thing. She did an amazing thing. And she was magnificent. And it was nowhere for me to go with that energy. And I meant to contact her sister and say, please tell your sister. But I forgot to do it. I got sidetracked yesterday. So it's moot now because I've left that comment. But the last thing that I want to say is simply that, you know, when I came back in this morning and you were saying that about the channel and everything and your views and all of that, and it made me feel comforted, because the only reason I have to see it is because in order to get my videos over to Odyssey, they said you have to show your subscriber count. I always had that turned off because I didn't want to know. And now it's almost every time I go in there, my eyes try to go up, go down. I don't want to look at that number, but inadvertently sometimes I do. And then I have to regroup, or, you know, I have to try to find something, you know, I'm blessed as the child of the divine. I am perfect, whole, and complete. I have what I need. I have to go into somewhere so that I can get beyond that immediate gut punch that's like, I did something wrong. What's wrong with me? Why don't they like me? All the things that you said, Casey. And believe me, because you are where you are, and you are as powerful as you are, and you are the light and radiant as you are, it gave me a sense of healing. It gives me a sense of healing and a sense of being, you know, soothed by your words, because then I realize, I come back to base and I realize, you know, I know I'm not saying it right. I know I'm playing off old tapes. And look at this goddess. Look how she is elevated. And it's, you know, not that you're looking at her and looking at you, but you know you're not alone in this, because that's the sickness of this material life we're living, to make everybody less than. And that's why I'm committed to doing the Course in Miracles. You know, this is the 5th time I've tried to do it in 30 years, and this is the first time I have ever succeeded. And it's because I know I need a change of mind, because I know that the way I'm looking at the world is incorrect, and because I know God means so much more than I understand, because I've been inculcated, like all of us, with the toxins and the sickness of thinking and being on this planet. And so I am here today mostly because of you, because, well, that's a whole nother thing about you know, I think I know something about things in life. And so it's very rare that I might say to somebody, let me submit, let me surrender to your teaching, to your gifts, to your guidance, because I know that I can learn from you. You are you know, I've said so many times, well, maybe if not to you, you are a gift, and we are blessed beyond all kinds of sacredness for you to be walking amongst us, and for you to be sharing knowledge through your unique vessel and the way that you do. I learned so much, and I feel so fortunate. And I know everybody here feels that way too, because we all come back day after day after day, and we give great thanks to you for being God in the form of Valerie Love Kaisi, extraordinaire. And that's all I got to say. I am complete. Thank you.
Ooh, Soul Whisperer, you were the one that got the tears out of me today. Oh my goodness. 30 years. This is the 5th time in 30 years that you go to the course to do it every day. How many times have we said, this year I'm going to do it. I'm going to start the course on January 1st. I'm going to do it every day, all the way through, in earnest, do the exercises. And Soul Whisperer, I'm with you. In all the years that I have done the course, I've never done it like this. Never. Every day at the same time.
Not only have I never done it like this, I've never done it. I never got past the 3rd lesson. So I'm amazed, because every time I would let my mind say, this don't make no sense. What do you mean this chair has no meaning? It has meaning. I have to sit my butt in it. What do you mean? These people, I'm just so sick of it. I just went on. I bought the book. I wanted to understand it. I've never been able to. But coming into your sphere in 2014, when I first said, what is this woman talking about Bitcoin? What? And look at her. She's talking about being a witch. And I was just like fascinated. And at the same time, it's like, oh my goodness, there's something here. And so I've been with you then. It took me at least 3 years before I even tried to get some Bitcoin. But that's another subject for another time. Mm-hmm. I just want to say it's your light. I would say for myself, it's your light, it's your love that has given me the space to say, okay, I'm going to do this again, because I trust her, I believe her, and so I'm going to go with her on this journey because she obviously figured it out. So for me, this is the first time doing it because those times I bought the book, I just put it to the side and said, this makes no sense, I'm not doing it. Mm-hmm. But your explanations have been so superior and they've made things tangible that, like some of the other beautiful women here who have said so, it is changing me. Mm. Now I can hear her singing, I am changing. Who is that in that movie? But anyway, that's all I have. Thank you very much. And I don't want to be holding anybody else up.
Come on. Woo! God bumps. God is doing something with all of us. Look in your life and see the miracles every morning. Miracles.
So totally agree with her. Like, if it wasn't for you and this course, I've been digging into the supernatural for a long time, but I had no idea that I should have been digging into myself first. Ooh. And come to find out, I had been on the dark side of my path for such a long time. I'm like, how do I come out of that? Like, it's been amazing.
I'm speechless. Every morning when it's complete, I'm like, wow.
Some of us don't even know we got a dark side to our path. Like, what? When I was reading it, it was resonating with me so much. I was like, this is crazy. My heart was in my lap. Like, it's amazing how much you have opened our eyes to certain things.
I'm telling you, family, it's not me. I know the knower. I just decided, hey, how about I tap into the knower because I'm crazy? How about I tap in? Ooh, not crazy no more. Ooh, I know things. How do I know this? Do you know I know so many things that I should not know? How would that come from a person? I never read the book on it. How would that come from a person? It obviously has to come from somewhere else. I never put it in my brain. How would I know it? How would I know answers to anything in the minute, in the moment? How do I know the answers to things? How do I know the answers to things? And when I say it, but I didn't know the answer to it before it was said. And when I say it, I'm like, well, damn. Obviously, it's coming from somewhere. It's coming from source, and everyone has access. Woo. Everyone has access. Woo. Everyone has it. No one's special. No one's special. No one was left out. No one was overlooked. Everyone has it. And when one person flips the switch, people ought not to be in awe of them, only be in awe of God. People ought to say, well, let me flip on my switch too. That's what I keep saying. Same thing Christ said. Christ did not ask for a religion. He flipped his switch on. He said, hey, guys, flip on your switch. It's inside you. What do you mean it's inside me? I'm ready to go over there and beat them up. The two sons of thunder, James and John, they're ready for a fight. You think these 12 disciples were like, these 12 apostles were like, oh, there was a bunch of liars and thieves and thugs and tax collectors, and they was hanging out with hoes and prostitutes and chilling. And Jesus was chilling because the high and falutin people weren't listening. They were condemning him. Oh my God, you're an insurrectionist. Does that sound familiar? You're a seditionist. Does that sound familiar? You work for the devil. People that came up with no new acronyms or labels. They haven't come up with any new labels in thousands of years since Jesus was here. They're still calling you the same thing. Jesus was hanging out. You think Jesus was hanging out with 12 saints? They became saints. They weren't saints when he found them. You can tell they weren't saints when he found them because of the things they were saying. James and John solved everything with a fight. They called them sons of thunder. They was like the Project Hood brothers. That was, don't start none, won't be none. We putting on our Timbs. Oh no, we can handle this. We putting on our Timbs. Jesus is like, look, we not fighting no more. Why not? Because we about peace and love. Okay, peace and love. I mean, I'm okay with peace and love, but if they start something, we know what to do. Chill. Chill. Let me tell you about peace and love. That's what Jesus was doing. People are like, oh, I'm sick, I'm hurt. Help me, heal me. What do you think I can do for you? You can heal me. Okay, it's being done according to your faith. It's being done according to you believing that it's being done. Do you understand that this is being done according to you believing that it's being done? Yeah, now heal me. Okay, go forth and sin no more. Your sins are forgiven. You're carrying all this stuff around on you. You're holy. Your sins are forgiven. You and I are one, just like I and the Father are one. I and the Father are one, and you and I are one. Do you see that? He was saying all of this. They were like, huh? My arm is hurt. My daughter died. Can you raise her from the dead? They didn't want to think they had the power. They didn't want to believe they had the power. He said, greater things than these shall you do. Didn't he say that? Did he ask anybody to make a religion about him? Or did he ask you to wake up to your own God powers? But humans are dumbasses, so we have to go make big churches and say, he's the one, he's going to save us. Lord Jesus, that's what, Lord Jesus, that's why he came back. He's like, oh, Lord, 2,000 years and these people still don't get it. He had to come back with the Course of Miracles. That's the second coming of Christ. Read the story about where it came from. The lady started hearing a voice. The lady was an atheist. He was like, let me pick one that's not in the religion that they made up about me.
You know, now she says it herself, she never even thought of religion. She and her partner were atheists, and they were having a difficulty, and their minister or the persons that they were working with said, y'all can't fuss like this. Y'all got to find another way. And the course came from that, them finding or trying to find another way. But did you know they have a new edition of the Course in Miracles now?
Yeah, they have lots of editions. Yeah.
Right. And in that edition, there are some things that were in the conversation between her and Jesus that were left out in the first edition. And it's so amazing because I've heard channelers, and Jesus has said the same thing. The Bible missed the boat. They took out a whole bunch of things that were the truth and left you dangling. Had they done exactly what and put exactly what was happening for real and let us connect the dots, it would be a better world. But like you said, religions do what religions do. Mm-hmm. And a lot of folks have Bibles, and all of their Bibles only focus on what they feel was important to deliver. I don't think they really did it with their God self, because they left out a bunch of stuff like prayers and, I love the Catholic Bible, and I love it's another Bible that actually is an older Bible, and it actually gives all the prayers that all these people were praying to God for deliverance, for help, for a way. And I think it's real important. For me, it was important because I use those prayers. I use those prayers a lot, especially when I was beginning to go into my recovery. I just actually prayed all day. When I was walking, I had a piece of paper in front of me. I'm walking and praying, on the bus, praying. Just saying those prayers, like the prayer of Ruth and the three boys, Isaiah and in the furnace. And sometimes when we're in the furnace, we need a prayer like the prayer of Isaiah. We need that prayer because we need to know that everything is blessed and everything praises God. Everything. And we just have to learn that and do that. This journey has been amazing for me because somebody was talking about the dark side. Am I still on? I can't.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, the dark side. So I'm working with that
It went out, Rosa. Oh, Rosa? Is Rosa still in the room with us? Were you complete, Rosa, or was there more? Okay. What I brought up on screen, what you were given in the Holy Bible is wonderful. It's just not the whole story. And people will tell you, that's the be all end all. This is the word of God. It's the word of God. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I kind of take it as like a Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings. It's wonderful parables and stories that teach you something. It's like Aesop's fables. And on top of that, it has a lot of energy. And on top of that, it calibrates very high. And on top of that, do we understand that thousands upon thousands of people pouring their energy onto this thing has made it much more powerful? Why do you think this 23rd Psalm is so powerful? Because the angels told me so many people have prayed it. Why do you think the Hail Mary is so powerful? Because so many people have prayed it. That thing is so amped up in the universe that you could just hook your caboose to it and move whether you believe it or not. That's how much energy it has on it. And in addition to the book being, the Bible being like Aesop's fables, powerful parables that teach you things about how to live in your life. It also has energy codes. It also has gematria. It has magic. It has numerology, astrology. It has ancient hidden wisdom from Egypt. They literally show you passages from the Bible that was straight up plagiarized, straight from Egypt, ancient Kemet. I'm writing a book about it. It shows you straight from Kemet into the Bible that Jesus the Christ, if he was a person, an historical person, which is up for debate, doesn't matter to me one way or the other, because Christ is right here, right now. Christ consciousness is an alive consciousness in the world, in the universe that anyone can tap into. You don't have to be Christian to tap into Christ consciousness. That Christ went to Egypt for many years. It tells you right in the Bible that the angels took him and his family to Egypt. Then what happened? Oh, cut that part out because we can't let them get too carried away. We can't give them too much knowledge. So I would say go to pseudepigrapha.com. That's why I brought it up on screen. Here's what you got. You got the Old Testament and the New Testament. Please note that the Old Testament, which is the Hebrew Bible, was heavily redacted in the 6th century. Every Bible scholar would tell you there's people who study all of the Bible translations, all of the Bible manuscripts, J and P, they have different initials for them, right? I've read so many books about the Bible, including When God Had a Wife. It would give you the historical evidence that the Bible was heavily redacted by a person or a group of people in the 6th century during the time of the siege. And they redacted the Bible and they made it monotheistic because people were never monotheistic. We always had many gods, gods of everything. Gods like in India, it's still to this day. There's gods of everything. I mean, in the Indian pantheon, there's thousands of gods and they all get along just fine. And everybody, when you go to their house, they have shrines to gods and temples to this god, temples to that god, and multiple gods. I mean, the more gods, the better. That's how humans have always been because we saw divinity in everything. We saw divinity in trees. So there was a tree god. We saw divinity in rivers. So there was river goddesses. We saw divinity in the sky. Therefore, when storm, we saw perfect patterns because we were not distracted by so much light and so much technology. So we could peer through to the absolute reality. We saw that the things that we were looking at that we're presenting in the third dimension as a tree actually had a spirit behind it. Everything has a spirit behind it, including you. And we could peer through to the spirit and we could ascertain that this energy is called so-and-so, and it had a name. So what you got is you got the Old Testament and New Testament. I would offer it's beautiful, it's wonderful. You probably have 5% of the story if you have the whole Bible. So I would offer, if you desire, we're going through it in the podcast right now. We're going through it in Christian Witches Church right now. These first 7 books, the books of Adam and Eve, life of Adam and Eve, life of Adam and Eve from the Slavonic, the Greek, and the Latin, the apocalypse of Adam, the apocalypse of Moses, second treatise of the great Seth. What about reading the infancy gospels? We read the infancy gospels of Jesus. These things will blow your mind. If you go here and you read, first of all, start with this one. If you want to get something that would freaking blow your mind, the gospel of the birth of Mary, freaking will blow your mind. The Protevangelion, blow your mind, mind-blowing. The first gospel of the infancy of Jesus Christ about baby Jesus. He was killing people left and right. Shock. He raised somebody from the dead when he was a kid. The infancy gospel of Thomas, the infancy compilation about Jesus' bathwater when they were bathing him, that they used to take his bathwater and heal people. that they would bring the blanket. She would wrap, Mary would wrap Jesus in as baby in a blanket, and then take the blanket. It had the healing energy on it. Then take the blanket and give it to people, and they would wrap up with the blanket and get healed. What is that but magic? Why do you think they don't want you to read any of these? And why do you think it's right there for you to read it? So if you don't know, that's on you, boo. If you don't know, that's on you. I don't know what to say. What else to say about that? Who's next?
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I caught you, Reverend Val, and some of what Rosie said. So I've been out of the group, in the group, that I couldn't hear you guys for a long time. So I just got back in. So I apologize for not really knowing everything that you guys talked about. But what I will say, what I did hear was amazing. You know, I've been studying the Bible. I was almost a preacher, actually, but I studied the Bible through Christian eyes, and I studied the Bible the way Source was teaching me. And when I started to see everything and go into the Gospel of Thomas and the Apocrypha, Book of Enoch, the different ones, Book of Adam and Eve, and just seeing all the different stuff, it connected me to being who I am right now. It made it okay, because it opens your eyes. Like, you've been taught so wrong that it opens your eyes to everything that I'm doing is okay. Like, Jesus did it. It's magic, and I'm not gonna go to hell because I have a stage. Or I just did a video and somebody commented, I hope you know stage is a portal to demons or something.
Wait a minute.
I don't have time for it.
But wait a minute. Sage is a plant, people. God made plants. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Right. But being in the group has changed my mentality on even responding to things. I used to get very defensive, and I realized that was coming from a place of my insecurity and unsure that this is okay. So I have to prove to you in like arguments on social media that you're wrong. Waste of time. Once I realized that it's not only is it okay, it's taught, it's what we're supposed to be doing, that I don't even have to waste time to argue with somebody who wants to jump in on a video talking about sage is some portal. But
and to tell you the absolute truth, they were right. It's a portal to alternate dimensions. And on those portals, on those alternate dimensions, there could possibly be nefarious spirits, like be many other spirits. Whether you're engaging them or not, there's all kinds of spirits in this whole great big universe. So they actually weren't really lying. They weren't wrong.
That's true. I hadn't thought about it that way. No, they weren't lying. I engaged with a lot of different spirits too, so that's true. But how they were coming at me was just kind of ridiculous. And I'm thinking,
let me pause for a real quick moment. Denelsia and everyone who is in initiation, since you're in initiation, go into Schoology, and there in Schoology, you will see in the very first, it's in Welcome to CCW, the Mystery School. Right there in the Mystery School, Welcome to CCW, we have this listed out for you with all the links. We have it listed out for you. Okay, Denelsia, so it's in there. I want to empower you to fish, not give anyone a fish. I want to empower you to be seekers, go get the information. And Denelsia is great at that, because Denelsia will research and she will write everything out. Oh, I love her for that. Continue, Cha. Continue.
I will definitely do that today. Actually, I'm gonna go in and look at it. So I did my writing this morning. I'm actually just kind of following what you said you did. I woke up, I meditated, and I got right to writing. I didn't have a word count. It was more like I've been writing this story for a very, very long time, and Source was just kind of telling me, like, you don't need to write anymore. You keep writing. It's an expansive story. It's going to be a series. Just start putting it together.
and get it out. And then Source gave me an idea of how to collaborate my story along with my YouTube. So, but I hadn't downloaded the software for that yet. But when Clubhouse went out on me, I just started working again, or creating again. And I found the app that can go ahead and help me do the YouTube video. So I was like, well, maybe that's why Clubhouse went out, so I can get, this done. But I wanted to also say that the mantra today, God goes with me everywhere I go. I really related to Wendy when she was saying that she was mad at God. I was mad at God too for, I felt like, for taking everybody that I loved or from me. And I felt abandoned, actually. And it was a self-punishment of, did I do something? Like, why would God have me?
I totally agree with you.
I'm sorry?
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, it's
Except that doesn't have any weight. It doesn't hold any weight when you know there's no such thing as death.
It doesn't. And being a medium is really weird for me. And I must tell, because though I know that, though I can actually communicate with my mom and my dad, it still feels like death. I don't know how to explain it.
That's because the part of the mind that still feels like death is in the smog and the smoke of lies that we created in our mind that the Course was telling us to escape and to go past by going to absolute reality. In absolute reality, there's no such thing as death. And we all know this. No such thing. So if we're still thinking that there is such a thing, it is because we are still caught up, and nothing wrong with thinking it. Don't make yourself wrong. There's no judgment. Simply be aware that this is a signal that there is a part of my mind that's still entrapped in the haze, in the made up story. That's all it means. It's just awareness.
For me, it's like I know it's in my head that I know that death is not a real thing, but it's in my heart that I feel like no parent should be without their child.
Is that true? Just ask yourself the simple question. Is that true? Are there a lot of parents without their children right now?
Yes.
Right. So that's not true. It can't be true. It's not true. I'm telling myself a lie. Every time I tell myself a lie, I suffer. No parent should be without their child. And then I suffer. How do you feel when you think that thought? Do you feel good or do you feel bad?
It just makes my heart hurt.
Right. That is a signal. Do not think that thought. You just put your finger on a hot stove and your sensors told you, draw your hand off that hot stove. Bad feelings are the same signal that you're putting your mind on a destructive thought. Come back to absolute reality. No such thing as death. No such thing. Everybody that ever supposedly died, they're here right now talking to us. Tap in. They're right here, right now. Family, this is not coming from a woman with theoretical knowledge or a being. I'm not even really a woman. I just appear to be one. Because the real me is not a woman or man or anything else that can even be described in words. This is not coming from a person who has not had an experience with death. My grandmama died. I was torn to pieces. First, my granddaddy died. My grandmama died when I was 19. One of my best friends died. We couldn't understand it. He was 19 years old. How did he die? He was riding a bike. He was 19. I was all to pieces. Granddaddy died, all the pieces. That was my favorite. Grandmama died, all the pieces. My mama died, all the pieces. The baby died, all the pieces. And then after a while, wait a minute. Something about this is not how I think it is. When do we say that? I'm not talking to you from someone who never experienced death, of the closest people to me. And when I experienced all those deaths, I was like, well, there's mom. Mom was standing up on the stage. They call it a platform in the Jehovah's Witness world. I was like, Mom, you just gonna stay the whole time? I saw the woman. She's standing there in purple looking at all of us. You're a medium. How can you believe in death? You're a medium.
I know. And it's just, I know. It's, I don't know. I guess it's just, it's the wanting, it's the wanting to have the 3D touch of them, to have them present in that way, that I think just blocks even me as a medium sometimes, you know.
Can I offer you something that having them present with you in spirit realms is the real world? You know, the Course talks about the real world. The world you're looking at in the 3D, this is not the real world. This is the matrix. So what you're saying is that you would rather be like Cypher. Cypher said, put me back in the matrix. You would rather take the blue pill. I'd rather go to sleep and have to pretend made up world that's made up in my mind rather than be put on my big person drawers and deal with truth and absolute reality as it is. Wow. You would prefer the matrix?
No.
That's right. I know you don't.
I just think it's, honestly, it's levels to this shit, and I'm getting to this level.
There are realizations that you must pass the trials of initiation for sure.
Ashe, that's all I can say. It's just another level of coming out of the matrix to understand. You know, and I'm also a dreamer, so I had a dream where I asked my dad for some money, and he went in his pocket and gave it to me. And then I'm trying to sell some land. Actually, it's his, and I just got somebody in the mail telling me this worth way more than I thought it was. I just got to get a good buyer. You know, people try to lowball you, but
you have to get a buyer. You have to do what?
I don't have to do anything.
Right. Very good. Very good. Continue.
It's coming to me. So as that comes to me, it is like a reminder, like, your dad is still taking care of you. He's going to always take care of you. That's just the nature of his spirit, of who he was when I knew him in 3D, but and who he is, you know, in the spirit world. And it's just really just connecting those, I don't know, connecting those two ideologies. It's just, like you said, it's just coming out of the matrix. It's just coming out of the matrix even more. It's just a different understanding.
Sis, can I offer you something?
Yes, please.
Okay, beautiful. Don't play games with your mind. You won't win. And just be the thing. Just be God and just tell yourself, well, I'm just going to be God. And that's it. There really is no wondering about it, thinking about it. I would love to be it. That's all I call it navel picking. You know, just looking at your navel, just picking your navel. But in the meantime, while we're having this endless inner conversation about, I know I'm kind of wanting to be spiritual, but I kind of still want to be in the matrix. While we're having that, we're not building empires around here, creating the next books, creating the incredible violin concert, being on stages all around the world. Pick one. You want to be a muggle or you want to be a magician? Which one you want to be, Charles?
Magician.
Okay.
Always a magician.
All right. So then that would mean that you would have no tolerance for certain things that will go on in the mind. I'm just not going to sit here and be navel picking or going around in my mind about these things. I made a choice and I'm sticking to my choice. I might falter. I might be blown by the wind this way, blown by the wind. I might be tested on I'm staying the course. Because I chose to be God. That's what I chose. And I just have to keep reminding myself of my choice. That's what I chose. I chose God. I chose divinity. Okay. There's no other options. Yes?
Yes. 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 Just say yes and just keep moving. And that's what this has really taught me. And I haven't even been here for the whole 40 days. I just got here maybe last week, I think.
You came at the perfect time for you.
Ashe, I did. I walked right into exactly where I should be. And of course I did. I shouldn't be surprised by that. That should be the norm. That should be my thinking, is that's normal. So of course I did.
Now let's circle back to this land. I don't want anyone to walk away with misconceptions that I don't do nothing, I don't do anything at all, and everything just falls in my lap. That's not how it works. What we're saying is, with regard to this land, the upper realms is already working it out. Her father is already working it out. He already sent her the message that the land is worth much more than this. Don't get in the way. When they need you to do something, they'll say, call so-and-so. Then you get up and you call so-and-so. Be aligned, look at the signs. And when they ask you to take an action, call this realtor, call that realtor. You're always taking aligned action because you're not in the way of what upper realms was doing. Muji said this one time. He said, sometimes you're acting too fast and too much. Let the universe work it out. It's already perfect. Let it. But sometimes we're trying to get in there. I got to go on a dating app, or I got to go and call this realtor for this because we're so muggleish. Let go, take a breath, align. What would you have me do now, God? And be still. Our beautiful prayer. What would you have me say? What would you have me do? Where would you have me go? What would you have me do? What would you have me say? And to whom? And you can say it in any order. What would you have me say? And to whom? Where would you have me go? What would you have me do? And you simply stay aligned, and it will tell you what actions to take, and your right actions will be taken, and you will have astounding results. Rather than running around, let me call this, let me look up all the realtors in this area and go. That's what a muggle does. Oh, let me go interview. Are you a good realtor? No, I don't like them. Are you a good realtor? No, I don't like your office. Are you good? What the fuck is that? You're living life like a muggle. Masters don't do that. Masters be still and know. Masters do the inner work. Masters set it up in their mind before they even set their body out. Why are you running your body all over town? You could be chilling. Vision. What would you have me do? You listen, you align. You go with the inner voice. You know how to be still and how to be patient. Remember, the Course tells us something so powerful. It says, those who are certain of the outcome can afford to wait and to wait without anxiety. I'm certain of the outcome. The outcome is good. So I'm gonna sit here and be cute until the outcome comes. Okay, we need you now to go call this person. Okay, hello? And literally, this is what I say sometimes. Hello? Why am I calling you? They were like, oh, Reverend Val's just think about you. Okay, let's get it on. What we doing? What we doing? I don't even have to know why I'm calling the person. I don't have to know that. Say this to this person. Okay, hey, boo, I'm on WhatsApp. This is what I heard. And leave the message there. They come back. Reverend Val, that was, oh my God, you got me. Yes, that was exactly what I knew. I heard it too. Okay. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and be cute, put on some makeup, and eat some avocado toast. And then it'll say, give this message to this person. Hey, so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. Got it? Oh my God, yes, I'm crying. Okay, good. I love you. Okay, bye. This shit ain't hard. This is probably the easiest fucking job you would have working for Spirit. Ugh. Why do we have jobs? Pardon me, phone ringing.
A question I would like to know.
Why, right, Queen Hadassah, why, Harmony, why do people have jobs? Why? What are they doing? I'm happy. One thing I'm happy about with this whole experience we had over the last 2 years, we had the great, what did they call it? All the people quitting their jobs, 38 million people in the United States quitting. The great what?
The Great Resignation.
The Great Resignation. I love it.
Can't hear you, Rev.
Oh, I was just being quiet, listening for the next person. Are we complete? Is it time for the Galactic Signature?
Yes.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I was like waiting to talk shop. I'll be reaching out to you about the property. Yeah, I'll back channel you. But yeah, I just wanted to say, like, yes, I'm sorry, I'm walking down the stairs, but this group is like radically changing my life. I know yesterday I talked about committing to moving and talking with my husband, which we're on the same page. I'm actually walking to the leasing office now to work out that. And as like I said, I was
Woohoo! Wait a minute. Did you send the angels there in advance? Did you ask the angels to go there in advance? Did you send the angels there in advance? Did you pour love all over the place? Did you ho'oponopono it? All of that first before you walk into there. Do all of that first before you get there.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna sit in the car. I just turned around. She said, I'm like, okay, let me.
Look, blanket the whole place with love. Just sit in your car and just zap them with love and beauty and harmony, and see everybody in the place thriving and happy, and see them agreeing, make you all come into some wonderful harmonious agreement that works for everyone. Everyone wins in the divine plan, and see everybody's family happy, and see everybody healthy. Send all the loving currents ahead of you.
Yes, I'm gonna do that. And the other thing I was gonna share too is that I knew, like I was saying yesterday, and I was reminding this to PJ. Sorry, door. Okay, I was reminding this to PJ. I'm like, like I've been through something similar through this before, and it's like as soon as I say yes, Spirit works out everything else. And he was like, well, what about the flights? We hopped on a meeting last night, and we saw flights to Mexico from Dallas for $30. $30.
I think you can afford $30 for two people, $60.
Yeah. He was like, oh, okay, I can see it now. Just had to have a little visual. So yeah, I'm just excited, and I just want to say thank you for this group. And I'm gonna fill the place with love. Send the angels ahead of time. Calm down, because I'm breathing really hard. Okay, I'm complete now.
Yes, and take 10 deep breaths and walk in floating on air and wishing everyone well. You see, this is where I learned this. This is a great secret. I'll bring it up on screen share. I hope y'all are keeping up with all of these resources, because if you use these resources in your life, in no time flat, your whole life will spin on a dime to something delicious, more delicious than you could ever imagine. The science of getting rich. Let's go to the science of getting rich. Wallace Waddles, I've told you all many times, I've shared many times, that this is my Getting Wealthy Bible, the science of getting rich. And there is a principle in the science of getting rich that I took to heart. There are many versions of it because it's out of copyright, so you can absolutely get any of these versions that you want, as long as it's, a good version. Now, here is what he says in the science of getting rich. Wallace D. Waddles says that you want to become what's called an advancing man. That's what he called it. He called it an advancing man. And I went so deep into this principle, and I said, well, I don't believe you, Wallace Waddles, so I'm going to try it myself, because you should believe nothing. This is not about blind faith. This is about you being the alchemist of your life. This is alchemy of the soul. So what does an alchemist do? You have to do your experiments. You have to do it. You have to change base metal, lead into gold. That's your character. We're changing our base instinctual lower egoic self into gold, Christ consciousness. Well, Wallace Waddles said that if you're an advancing man, when you go into a store and you're going to buy something from this store, first you send forth a current that you are advancing everyone in this place, that you're advancing the proprietor of the store. I bet you've read this book and you didn't even see this, because we have to read something 20,000 times before we get it, and we have to do it. So if you read the book and you didn't see this, that's an invitation, beloved. That's all, to go back and study and apply, study and integrate. If these things that we're saying, like, I read that book 50 million times, I never saw that. because it wasn't being integrated and you didn't make it scientific as you were going, which is all good. Just make a new choice and do it now. And you advance the people. You advance this shopkeeper to say, as I enter this shop, I'm sending an advanced blessing on everyone in this store, shop. I'm advancing the person. I'm looking in their eyes and I'm sending them well. You don't go in there, I'm an advancing person. I'm advancing all of you. And you get a blessing and you get a blessing. So super spiritually arrogant. We don't do that. This is all an inner game that you're playing. It's in your being. And you advance, you look at them and you gaze at them as you're giving them the money or the card or whatever the exchange is, and you're advancing them. And they feel it. And then they give you something extra in your bag. And then they say, well, did you know we also have this? And then you say, no, show it to me. And that you're advancing everyone in the place. And Wallace Wattles described it, his terminology for it was be an advancing man. This is all energetic. This is magic. And it works. You work it today and see. And then come back and tell us report your findings. Make it scientific. You're the alchemist of your life. Okay. I never saw this in the book, but I got to go back now. Love it, Alina. Isn't it delicious? So good. Stand guard at the door of your mind. Come on. That's what Jim Rohn said. Yes, push woman. Come on. We know it. Also, for those who are mediums in the room, let's hear what Sylvia said. Sylvia said something really powerful in the YouTube chat, and then we're going to wrap up. Sylvia said, ACIM was my secret weapon when my husband's physical body died. I love how she said that. He took me on his soul's journey, and I experienced the non-physical side. Ooh, baby. That sounds like cosmic orgasm. That's what Sylvia said for the mediums in the room. How are you going to help people connect with their loved ones if you think they're dead? And you're a medium.
We got to get our mind right.
Now, can I leave us with something very shocking? And then we're going to go to Queen Hadassah for the Galactic Signature. God was actually the first necromancer. Reverend Val, this woman is so blasphemous. Oh my goodness, this woman is just full of blasphemy. Yeah, that's what they say. God was the first necromancer. And what do I mean by that? Because if you read the books, the 7 books of the Bible that we're going, not in the Bible canon, 7 sacred writings that we are going through in the Christian Witches podcast, and they're also here recorded right here on Clubhouse in the Christian Witches Club. If you're not following the club, join the club, comment in the club, share the club, tap the little greenhouse at the top of the room. Tap that greenhouse, get in the club, speak, join, engage. Right? So God was the first necromancer because in the Apocalypse of Moses, which is a book, one of the books about Adam and Eve's life post-Eden, which is a bizarre series of events. I mean, Game of Thrones ain't got nothing on the Bible. In this story, when Adam died, he was 930 years old. When Adam died, his body, trauma services, how you love it, a force of why. Oh, you made my day. You made my day, a force why. You made my day. You made my day. You made my day, a force why. You made my day. You made my day. Oh, come on. A force why says, as in trauma services, she is a gifted medium, and whoo, she's in the spirit realms, like she's the real deal. A force why says, greetings, coach. You have to be open to communicating outside of this dimension. Okay, and everyone, please follow trauma services. So, according to this story, God, when Adam died, the sun and the moon stood still, and Eve and Seth were beholding this great vision in heaven. And Eve said to Seth, who are the two Negroes standing there? Literally, that's what it says. It says the two Negroes, because they were black. And who's the two black people? And Seth turns to his mother and says, but that's the sun and the moon, because they can't give their light. They went dark. It says it right here in the scripture. Read the Apocalypse of Moses. It says it. Who are the two Negroes? The sun and moon were standing there. The sun and moon lost their light. They couldn't shine. They said, that's the sun and the moon, because they went dark. And they looked like two Negroes. Then Adam's soul was lying on his face, and all the angels were praying and praying and praying and praying for God's creation. Now God's creation died. So you can imagine this was a big hullabaloo in heaven when Adam died. This was a huge hullabaloo. They ain't never told you this in church, did they? And they wouldn't. Okay, so after this big hullabaloo, that Adam's soul had lifted up out of his body, and he was laying there on his face, and angels were praying, come, come, come. And God told Archangel Michael to take Adam's soul to the third heaven and to bathe it 3 times in the Acherusian lake. I hope I'm saying it correctly. The name of this lake, it's called ACHERUSIAN. So Archangel Michael takes the soul of Adam to the third heaven, and there was a lake, and bathed this soul 3 times in the lake while God was watching. It was many hours, and the soul was laying there after he came out the lake, all splendid and clean. Because remember, when God created the man, formed the man, in this story, in this particular paradigm, which is the paradigm that I understand and that I'm working in, is Bible, that in this paradigm, this Christian strand, right, current of energy, in this paradigm, the soul did not enter Adam until God breathed the breath of life into the man, and he became a living soul. So before the breath, prana, chi, this is energy, before the prana, breath, ashe, hit the man, it was just pretty much a mound of clay. And it was from dust. And it was no help, because God said, from dust you are, to dust you return. He didn't say you're going to burn forever. There's nowhere is that in the Bible until people made that up long later. So when the soul was treated in the third heaven, the body was still on earth. In this story, are you getting this? They're showing you. The body was just laying there. They're all up there with the soul. The body was still on earth. But we give more attention to the body than to the soul. Then, after they took care of the soul first, which means that when someone passes on, what do we attend to first? As soon as I hear someone passing on, I go to the soul, because the soul is rising, so I pray their soul rising. Not really pray, I'm more adding that energy of, it's like a whoosh of energy that goes up from my heart of love energy. Like all of our love, our love goes up. So they rise beyond, there's a lot of dimensions you have to rise beyond, and the angels come and take you, and you go through some gnarly parts, some spirits, that's kind of low level spirits, because you have to rise and the angels are taking you up, right? So you don't get caught up in some of these realms where it's kind of sketchy. There's sketchy neighborhoods in spirit realms. But anyway, it's a conversation for another day. After they did the soul work first, then my Archangel Michael turns to God and says, what do we do with the body? Because apparently this is the first man that ever died, right? In this story, this is the first man that ever died. Nobody had ever seen anything like this before. Nobody expected it. Nobody thought this would ever happen. What do we do with that? Because they knew that wasn't him. So what do we do with what's left? And God said, we're going to bury it in the garden, right? So he was buried in the Garden of Eden, and he was buried in the Garden of Eden with Abel. Because in the story, Abel's body wouldn't stay buried, because Cain kept trying to conceal what he had done. He kept trying, even though Eve had a dream about it. This is so bizarre. I know this. They never told you any of this in church. I know. They just add this to the list of bizarre things that Reverend Val has said. And it gets more bizarre all the time. Like I never know how bizarre the things are going to be that I'm going to be saying, and I love it. Well, Abel's body wouldn't stay buried in the earth because every time Cain tried to hide the body, to hide what he had done, he had murdered his brother, the earth wouldn't receive it. Like he would dig, 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 put the body in, and the earth would just, he would come back and the body would just be unearthed. And one day the earth told him, I'm not keeping that body in here. That's why you can't cover this up. So the angels took Abel's body and they laid it on a rock until, like, I guess for good keeping. So the angels were taking care of everything with the people, right? Well, now God said, go get Abel's body too. They bring Abel's body back to the Garden of Eden. They take Adam's body into the Garden of Eden. All the people that are present, because they had 63 children, right? They had in the story, they had Adam, they had Abel, Cain. Cain was firstborn. Cain, Abel, and then when Cain killed Abel, they had Seth, and Seth was like he was this very anointed, very supernatural kind of being. Seth is not really human because he was anointed. They keep talking about him being like this anointed person. He had all these powers. He could see things and do things that other people couldn't do. I don't know why I'm telling y'all this story now, but this is for a reason. Okay, so after they get back to the Garden of Eden, they get Abel's body back there, they get Adam's body back there, and they're about to put it into the dirt. Guess what God does? God says, Adam, to the body, to the dead body. That soul is in the third heaven. Adam, the body answers, here I am, Lord. The man was dead. The body answered in story. Why did God call to a body? Well, God must be a necromancer, and that's the conclusion I came to. God must be a necromancer because God is now talking to a dead body because the soul is somewhere else. Adam said, here I am, Lord, the body, the dead body. And he said, Adam, I told you that from dust you are, into dust you will return. And here it is. Yet I will also bring you back to life because we have your soul. We'll bring you back to life in the resurrection. And they buried Adam and Abel together in the Garden of Eden. And God said in the tomb was sealed by God. And God said, Adam, in 6 days, your rib is going to return to you. And 6 days later, Eve died. And before she died, she asked, please, 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 Lord, she was praying and praying and praying and praying before she died. Please, 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 Lord, let me be buried with Adam, which in some of the stories, she didn't even know where he was. She knew he was in the Garden of Eden, but she didn't know exactly where, because before they had the funeral in the garden, when God came to the garden, the thing was so beautiful and the splendid and the chariot and the eagles that were bringing the chariot with such bright light that you couldn't even look at them, that all the plants in the garden just broke out into flowers. And then there was leaves that shook, and the leaves shook, and there was this fumes that came from the leaves that put everyone to sleep so that no one could see what was going on. Everyone got knocked out. It was like a gas, some kind of I can't say it's some kind of nerve gas or something like that because it was natural. It was some kind of natural sleep inducer. Does it sound crazy? As I'm saying, I can't believe I'm saying this. Does this sound crazy to anybody? I'm just doing a check. How does this sound to y'all? Because this sounds so freaking crazy to me. Anybody? What are y'all hearing in this story?
Very supernatural.
Okay. Anyone else? What's the feedback from this story?
This sounds beautiful.
I'm basically giving you
That came to me. The first thing that came to me when you were describing the garden was Avatar. That's what it came to my mind. How it looked in the Avatar movie when they were in the reality part of not the Matrix part, but when they were actually in the world of the blue people in Avatar. The vision of how it looked with the flowers and the leaves shaking and everything was alive and moving. That's the vision I got.
Beautiful. That's exactly right. Who else was going to say something? What instructions are you getting, Cha? Was that Cha?
Yeah, that was me. The main thing that hit me is going to the other realm to talk to the souls. I don't think I do that as a medium. I think they come to me this realm, and that's weird. I know. I'm not sure, but just that's what I'm getting. Just a different way of talking with souls, and even maybe helping them heal. Or I know that I was told by another medium that when I'm sleeping, I help souls cross over, which is why sometimes I'm not sleeping, because you're working in the realm. But I never really understood all of that. As a medium, I've only really understood that I talk to spirit. I've never really understood the other layers of it. So I'm listening and I'm learning.
If I could also mention, I was also getting your answers are right available to you. All you need to do is ask. So I was getting that. Answers on healing the body temple. All I have to do is ask. It's right there. It's been there. Ask and stop trying to figure it out yourself. Just ask.
Thank you. I take that as a message to me.
Yeah, that was for me too, but yeah, it's for all of us.
Yes, but
if I could just
thank you for that.
Could I just piggyback on what Chas said, and that is that I experience it too when they come to me. But what happens at the same time is I expand. This is my experience, that I'll just be talking to somebody and I'll realize that that's happening to me, but I feel very expanded. So I see it as expanding your perception. It's your vision, that you're not just seeing the things that are around you physically, you are now seeing in a more imperceptible by sight dimension or realm, and you're experiencing it. This is my experience. I keep meaning to say, you're experiencing it. You're experiencing yourself beyond here. That's all I wanted to add as my experience of mediumship.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, that resonates, because wow. Okay, so since they come to me, I only experience them in this realm. I don't expand.
And Noble, you are in other dimensions, because you're in multiple dimensions at the same time. So if you're experiencing a dead person right where you're sitting, they're still in another dimension. You're in those other dimensions too. You're in all the dimensions at the same time. They didn't come into this dimension. They left this dimension.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's totally a different way of looking at it. And I never really saw it that way. I always saw them coming into my dimension, not me going into theirs.
They can't come into this dimension. They left. You can't come into this dimension without physicality. This is a physical dimension of 5 senses.
So I guess my question is, how am I, it might be a weird question, maybe I should know this, but how am I going into their dimension when I'm just like cooking my dinner?
You're not going into their dimension. You exist in all the dimensions simultaneously. You're already there. You're a multi-dimensional being. You exist in all the dimensions.
I think it's finally starting to sink in what you're saying.
Can I try and give an example?
Yes,
I just came to me, like, imagine when you wake up in the morning and your eyes are closed because you've been sleeping. And then you know how Reverend Casey always says, look down and then begin to look up, as you come back to this reality. It's kind of like opening your eyes. It's like when you're talking to them, you are expanding. In my opinion, you are expanding. You are moving out of your sense reality. It's like you're opening your eyes. That's the only metaphor I can have for it. It's like the veil is lifting, if you've ever heard that expression. So it's not that you're not here or that you're going anywhere. It's just that you're experiencing more of yourself out there, if that makes sense. All right, I'm done.
Okay. What all of y'all need? Stop playing around with this thing and get yourselves into a school. Get yourselves into, I never played around with these things because I understood my gift was too powerful and I would hurt myself or somebody else. They put me in schools for this, where I learned this and I learned this and I learned this and I got spiritual leadership and I got under accountability and I got books and I got resources and I got tools. Years. Then I went into another initiation. It took me a very long time. I got the training. I got the garb. I got they did the ceremonies on me. They did this. They did that. When they inducted me in Peru, when I had my initiation in Peru, do you know one of the first things they did? They beat us with a rosemary bush up in the mountain of Peru. Me and Wiz and all this. This was before I started doing any of this. They took us up in the mountain. And we were on the side of the mountain, and the shaman came, and all of us were all lined up there. He said, now pray. And shamans look very interesting because they're doing a lot of different things, and shamans are the perfect dimension walkers. They're in all the dimensions, and there's nowhere a shaman cannot go in the universe. This shaman, the very first thing the shaman did was, before we met Mother Ayahuasca, before we did any of that, this shaman beat us with a rosemary bush. And he was saying his words, and he had his rattle, and he had the things, and stuff was just cracking off and popping off. People were like crying. It was incredible. Afua Sawa, she would tell you, and I'm not telling anything private or personal about her. Afua Sawa has been initiated as an Akan priestess. Do you know that took a whole year? Do you know she told you some of the things that she did and had to go through for that year for her to get what she has? And she already had her gifts. You already have your gifts. To understand how to use them, to get guidance and protection, and not protection from your own self, to have guidance, to have how to do it, to have the protocols, to have the foundation, to have the rituals, to have the words, to have the prayers, to see into spirit realm, to see beyond yourself. You need to go to someone that already does that. Stop mincing with your life. This is your life. These are your gifts. What's more important than your soul? I don't know of anything more important than my soul. What's more important than your soul? What you gonna eat today? Get yourself into something. I got to a certain point. I had read so many books. I had gone to all these retreats. I was going to every spiritual thing I could find. I was in all these tarot groups, and Spirit took me to a school, a formal learning of spirituality. Then it took me to school. Someone's hot mic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Then it took me to schools of step-by-step initiation into things. Then you understand what you're doing. I don't know why people think they can become magicians from watching you do. I like to see you try it. That's not how this stuff works. Magic doesn't work like that. Know if you're going to become a Yoruba priestess, if you're going to be initiated in Ifa, Voodoo, Hoodoo. I don't know any of them. You just pop up. Hey, I'm a Hoodoo priestess now. And you just start doing Hoodoo. Good luck with that one, because those spirits will rip you from end to end. Good luck with that one. Oh, I'm just going to do so-and-so. I'm just going to be a medium. If you truly desire to tap into because I'm about to be initiated in something else that they told me the next thing for me, because the higher self, holy guardian angel, as we call it in magic, holy guardian angel is in charge of, okay, here's what you're ready for. Here's your next initiation. There was a ritual I wanted to do. It's called knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. It's called the Abramelin operation. And years ago, I wanted to do the Abramelin operation. They were looking at me with the side eye, like, really? Don't touch that. I was like, okay. And I have all these grimoires. I have all these magic books. I'm like, oh, I want to do this one and this one. They were like, don't touch it. They'd be like this. Oh, okay, don't touch that. Because I'm super curious. I would just go everywhere, looking at everything. They'd be like, no, over here. Then they showed me the exact thing to do. They gave me the exact book of angel magic with the exact sigils, and I gave them to mystery school. And when we get to angel magic, you're going to get them too. They gave me the exact sigils because a lot of those sigils and some of those old books, they're corrupted. And do you know that if you have a slash going this way rather than this way, you might be calling a demon from hell rather than an angel from heaven? Why are we playing around with fire? Get yourself in something, get initiated in something. Voodoo, hoodoo, vodou, Christian, come to Christian magic and Christian witches, mystery school. Get initiated into something. Do a self-initiation, Wicca. My first initiation was a self-initiation. I have 4 initiations and now I'm going for a 5th initiation. I went through a protocol for every single one of these initiations. You get a new name, you're initiated, you're inducted into greater esoteric wisdom and knowledge, into secret circles. I don't want to say secret because I don't want to make it sound, ooh, it's exclusive, only certain people can go there, which is true. It's open to everyone, but most people won't do the work to get there. Most people won't go because they're too caught up in their smoke in their mind. I'm not. I'm like, is there more? They're like, yes. And they already showed me the next one. I'm not even going to speak of the next one. I can't speak on it. Do you understand what I'm saying, Shaw? Stop trying to figure it out, family. Don't do that to yourself.
I do. And honestly, that's why the first thing I said was I feel like I finally found home, my first initiation. I've been looking for a few years, like I said, I first thought of Christian witch. I just couldn't find anyone. And I just started to start teaching myself because I felt like I couldn't get rid of the gifts. I tried to ignore them for a long time. They weren't going anywhere. So I started studying IFA, but I just wasn't.
Can I ask you a question? So was that the inner guidance that said, well, I'm just going to teach myself, or was that the lower mind?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
When you said, I'm just going to teach myself, was that the lower mind or was that the inner guidance from source?
That was probably the lower mind.
Okay, good call. Good recognition.
Yeah, I don't imagine source would have told me to do that because I've done a lot that you should not do. Magically, I've got myself in.
And then you have a spirit hanging around you, or you can't get this right, or you can't get that right, or all of a sudden something's going on in your body temple or your relationship, something happened, or somebody from your past came back. All manner of things happen that people don't have to have that.
Right. And I try to tell people, make sure you know what you're doing, especially on social media. People telling people to do anything.
Pause for a moment. You try to tell that to people?
Well, I'm trying to warn them not to go the route that I did because it's a really dangerous route. You don't want to take that route.
Okay.
Even school, talk to somebody, learn. And I always knew that I should be doing that, but then I got kind of shell shocked with certain things because I would think, okay, these are the people. Yes, they're going to teach me, and then it wouldn't be what it should be, and then I would have to back out of it and then just go back to being self-taught. And then I felt like maybe I was just looking too much for a mentor, and I would pray for a mentor, send me somebody to, and maybe I was blocking it, I don't know. But when I saw you and started listening to you, I was like, okay, finally, that's why as soon as you said you had a school, I got in it as soon as I heard about it. And I know that was divinely orchestrated because that day, I think my mind wasn't really with the group. I was doing something, and I said, sit down, tune in. And you were talking about mystery school, and I'm like, You said it was the last day. I was like, oh shit, let me jump in like ASAP. I knew Spirit has led me here because doing it on your own is not advisable. I would say for anybody to do on their own.
That's exactly right. Spirit would never tell you, just do it on your own. That would always be the deceptive voice of the lower mind that wants to kill you.
So it's I know we're about to end. So Kaisi, for those of us who missed mystery school, we just have to wait till next year.
Depends. What are you looking for? Initiation or ascension?
Yeah.
What are you looking for? Initiation?
Yes, I need to learn some stuff too.
If you're looking for initiation, you may be waiting more than a year because I don't know when initiation is. Can I go according to Spirit? I mean, we didn't even have initiation. We didn't have new people come in for initiation last year, I don't think. So I don't know, which means you'll be ready when it does happen. If it didn't happen yet, it means not time yet, not ready yet. Stay in your process.
Okay.
Right? That's all it means. It doesn't mean you missed anything. You can never miss anything you're supposed to have. You can't have what's not yours, and you can't miss what is yours. At the perfect time, in the perfect way, it's yours. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I know we're not.
You didn't miss anything.
I know we're not supposed to, always like you explained to me. I explained to my daughter what you explained to me, and she was so receptive. And she just gave me so many presents and gifts. Yesterday, we had a
your daughter that you went to see after y'all had the little
Yeah, I didn't even get to give her. I have gifts for her. I guess I'll bring them to her today. I didn't get to bring them. But when I got to her place, she says, here's some luggage, here's some this, she had my bags all packed. And she had clothes laid out. She sells clothes, so she had clothes laid out for me. And then she said, I'm so glad you're going to Miami. Here's some shoes, here's some this, here's some that. And here's just a little a little thing, a little luggage, that you can just take with you for the trip. I'm so proud of you, Mom. Oh. And then she saw my little thing from the book or whatever. She says, I'm so happy you finally got stuff you've been teaching us for years. You've been writing it out. She was so glad about everything. Then I told her what you said. And then she said, oh, okay. So is that how you feel? And I said, yeah. I said, I know that you're grown and da-da-da-da. But I want to ask a question. I see things a lot, and then I let it go because I know what you told me, don't be in people's business and all that. So then I went to sleep, and I saw something very vividly. And I said to her in the other dimension, I was trying to show her that something was amiss. I figured it out in this setting we were in, and she was just going about this place, and I was screaming out for her name to save her. So I don't know how to.
Did you ask, what am I to do with this information? Which is another way of asking the question, what am I to say and to whom? Where am I to go? What am I to do? Did you ask, what am I to do with this information?
Okay, no, you're the first person. It's the first time I said anything. That's what I saw last night. So I'll ask about it.
And family, I also want to help us understand something, and then we're going to go to Sylvia's incredible comment. Her message to us this morning as well, especially for all the mediums in the house who deal with dead people, quote unquote dead people. Heaven follows order. Heaven is ordered. All the angels ordered. Everybody knows where they're supposed to be and when and what they're doing. Is harmony because it's order. Order is the first law of heaven. Order is the first law of creation. It's in order. So you would not get a message. That's why you have to test. right? As they say, test the spirit by the spirit, like they say in the Bible. You would not get a message for someone who is your spiritual teacher. I wouldn't get a message for Reverend Dr. Yala Van Sant. She's my teacher. I would get a message for someone that I'm serving and supporting as required in the moment for the purposes of spirit. I'm just not getting random messages from just different people. Order. Everything is in order. This is a universe run according to law, and it's so precise. It is precise. So, first and foremost, because your dreams are your own mind, you first have to ask yourself, what does this mean for me? How does this apply to me? You gotta always ask yourself that when you're doing dream interpretation, yes? Let's go to Sylvia's comment. Sylvia said, a shaman helped. Oh, for sure, for sure. She says a shaman helped my husband's soul cross over, wow, due to the exit choice, car accident. I mean, the way she's telling it to you, you know that she knows the truth. She's saying it was his exit choice, car accident. Everybody gets an exit choice. Some people choose cancer because they know that we won't argue with that. Because if a person goes out with cancer, people, we didn't make it okay for people to say, okay, I'm out, peace. We didn't make it okay for that. They can't, no, don't leave me. No, don't leave me. Because we all are, in the loss and all of that. So people make dramatic exit choices. I love how she said this exit choice, car accident. And when this happened, the evidence was in the electrical happenings in my space. I have so much love for shamans. The electrical happenings in your space were telling you of your husband's crossing over. A shaman helped her husband cross over. This is what the mediums and the shamans and all of you are here to help all of us do, because you all are doing the rites and the passages. You stand at the crossroads between this dimension and another dimension, just like witches do. And you are helping souls come over, and you're helping us here still on the planet to deal with it. So you have great work to do. Yet, how are you going to be able to do this great work if you believe in dead people?
Right. I couldn't. And that's just it. You can't. Someone had told me that something about being a death doula, that was something I was supposed to do. And I'm thinking, death doula, hey. But you're right. If I'm grieving all this because I'm, still in that mindset and working on that plane of existence, then there's no way that I can help a soul cross over peacefully or help heal the family or all the other things that the gift is supposed to do. It doesn't make sense.
Beautiful. Soul Whisperer, thank you for this. Sadhguru's wife, Sadhguru's wife, she exited too. She decided she wanted to leave and actually chose to leave her body at the ashram during a meditation. That's how I'm leaving. I'm not doing all these other dramatic things that people do. I'm not going to take a long time. One day I'm going to be here. The next day I'm just going to be gone. And I'm going to sit in some white and I'm going to call all my kids. Okay, remember, we're having a funeral, not a funeral. We're having a funeral. And everybody is going to come and they're going to tell funny Kaisi stories, and everybody's wearing white, and you have all the food and all the balloons, because you're going to say, she did that. It better not be a tear in the place. And if people come in there crying, oh, I'm so sorry for your mother, I say, turn them away at the door. Don't be crying for my mother. My mother did it when she had breath in her body. What you crying about? Turn them away at the door. If you come in all sad. I'm just not even gonna come. Because I ain't going to be in this thing forever. Neither are you. Ain't nobody getting out of this thing alive. One day you're going to transition. And when you do, I'm perfectly okay with that. And when it's time, I'm just going to be going out in the blaze of glory. Probably go into some deep meditation and just be on the other side, like, whoo. And I'm going to turn around and look at my body like, oh, she's still meditating. Okay, what we doing? Be flying all around haunting all of y'all. Okay, who's next? Time for the Galactic Signature. Come on, we ain't gonna be here all day. Let's go, Queen Hadassah.
Oh my goodness, I took myself out the group. Hold on one second, hold.
God goes with me everywhere I go. Y'all are freaking awesome. 41 days. You're here every morning. You're sharing, you're commenting, you're growing, you're doing your exercises, you're changing the whole universe. Hallelujah.
Ashe, I agree. And I thank you all once again for all you brave souls that came to the stage and shared with us today. Thank you so much. You are enriching my soul. I feel almost selfish here, listening and chewing on all of this deliciousness. And I cannot wait to see you all on 222. I just cannot wait. And for all of you who joined us in the mystery school, I just can't wait for us to do this work. So let's get to our galactic signature for today. We are in Kin 163, Blue Resonant Night. I channel in order to dream. Inspiring intuition, I feel the output of abundance. With the resonant tone of attunement, I am guided by the power of vision. I channel in order to dream, inspiring intuition. I feel the input of abundance. With the resonant tone of attunement, I am guided by the power of vision. I channel in order to dream, inspiring intuition. I feel the input of abundance. With the resonant tone of attunement, I am guided by the power of vision. Blue, resonant night.
Woohoo! I have a blue night child. I'm not Veronica's not blue night. Gaia is blue night. So they're about abundance. Yeah, blue night in the house. Everybody, you know how we do every day. Sense of love, unmute. This was spectacular. Love y'all.